The Secret of a Kiss, a Snow Valley small-town romance, written by Kimberly Montpetit, narrated by Cassie Rowland. Chapter 1. Hold still for a moment longer, Linden Adair murmured to the Phantom of the Opera, also known as Phil Stevens in real life. Under the glow of the lighted vanity mirror in the dressing room of the New York Theater on 44th Street, Linden prepared the prosthetic and mixed up the special glue to apply the rubbery, skin-colored thing onto Phil's cheek with practiced hands. Every night, Linden created the horrifying, famous facial scar on Phil, and it came out grotesquely beautiful. It was one of the finest makeup creations she'd ever done. But tonight, when Linden applied the rubber prosthetic material, her chest constricted and her breath hitched in her throat. Every step she took getting Phil ready for tonight's Phantom performance felt like it would be her last. But that was crazy. She was only going on vacation. She'd be back in a few weeks. A vacation she'd been waiting 2 years to take. Burnout was feeling too real these days. 6 days a week for years, Phantom of the Opera had played in New York City in this packed theater to thunderous applause. Stage work was addictive, but everybody needed a vacation once in a while, right? So why this weird premonition that she might never see this beautiful theater or the talented actors and stagehands that had become her life again? What if tonight really was her last night? Ah, another night in the torture chair, Phil quipped when she applied the first layer of goop to create the disfiguring scar, unaware that Linden's nerves were making it difficult to keep her hands steady. Yeah, what could be worse than hair and makeup? She replied in a frivolous tone, especially for a man. While she kept him trapped in the chair applying the liquid latex, Phil began to hum a few lines from the dramatic Music of the Night piece. That moment in the story when he declared his passionate love for the young ingenue Christine Daae. "Gotta keep warming up," he said, lifting an eyebrow. "You're incorrigible," she said under her breath, giving him a grin. Phil possessed a quick wit and a gorgeous voice, including the biggest stage presence Linden had ever seen in her career. Phil was also sweet and kind. Every few months, he sent flowers to Linden as a thank you for her untiring work behind the scenes. Of course, he also flirted outrageously, but she knew better than to date someone she worked with. At least she was smart enough to steer clear of coworkers now, but 5 years ago, she was young and stupid. And now Phil was dating a great woman that was perfect for him. Phil's flowers never came with a card, but Linden knew it was her Phantom. The lilies, or orchids, mixed with green ferns and baby's breath would last 2 weeks at her tiny apartment in Brooklyn. The fresh flowers gave Linden the burst of energy she needed ever since her baby girl, Abigail, died a year ago. They brought a dose of color and cheer to an otherwise dreary apartment that overlooked a brick wall and the building's trash bins. Phil sent them to her in remembrance of Abby, although he'd never admit it. And she could never admit how much they helped her stay sane, knowing someone remembered the painful loss of her precious daughter. "No more talking," Linden chided now, "or singing. Save it for your adoring fans, otherwise this scar might crack on us." "Aren't you one of my adoring fans?" Phil asked, making eye contact in the mirror. The bright light bulbs around the large mirror weren't very kind to Linden's lack of sleep or her chewed-off lipstick. "You know I am," she retorted, glancing at the time on her cell phone, tossed onto the table strewn with piles of eyeshadows, brushes, brow pencils, rouge, and powder. The minutes were ticking by way too fast. "But it's purely a professional admiration," she added. The rush of orchestral music came up the stairwell, filling the hollows of the stage wings and rising up to the black depths of the catwalk overhead. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurried to finish up. At least the phantom didn't appear until after the first few scenes. Phil spoke without moving his lips. "You're a tease, Lindy." She gave him a wry grin, leaning closer to apply the final touches to the facial scar, blending the pancake makeup along his brow line and neck. All at once, Linden jumped when the trumpets pierced the air from the orchestra pit. "And you are a big flirt. I'm going to tattle to your girlfriend." When the explosive chords of the pipe organ sounded, Linden got the shivers. This production overflowed with passion, longing, mystery, and heartache. "Aha," Phil said, leaning forward to inspect the makeup job. "My presence makes you shiver. I saw you tremble." "Oh, Phil, you're such a dear. Your thoughtfulness has made a terrible, horrible year a little bit more bearable." "I'm the least thoughtful person I know," he contradicted. She smiled at him in the mirror and began to adjust the white mask over one half of his face. "Okay, I'll keep your little secret. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have so many secrets I can't keep track any longer. It's too bad I'm not still 18. I'd probably fall head over heels in love with you." Phil caught her hand and kissed the back of it in a romantic gesture. "I'm not stopping you." "Well, quit encouraging me. As a millennial, I wasn't supposed to get married during a budding career, but I broke every rule in the book, including marrying a director." "You could try someone closer to your own age," Phil suggested, only half joking. Linden sank onto the stool next to him, holding her collection of liners and brushes to apply the final shading. Phil looked every bit the enigmatic phantom, albeit a very handsome one at that, when he pressed her cold hands between his warm ones to comfort her. He'd been privy to all the gory details of her personal life that lay about her in raw, jagged pieces wider and deeper than the Atlantic Ocean. "Run away with me, and I'll make you very happy," Phil joked, wagging his eyebrows in a devious manner. The hair on the back of Linden's neck rose. Phil had turned into a mind reader. Running away was exactly what she was doing tomorrow morning, in an attempt to get her head back on, pick up the pieces of her broken life, figure out who she was again, or figure out who she was supposed to be. Certainly not a Broadway director's wife, or the mother to Abby. Not any longer. Her empty arms held a heartache that never went away. Phil's eyes were on her face. "I think I hit a nerve," he observed. "I'm sorry." Linden chewed on her lips. It was tempting to tell him about the packed rental car waiting for her at her apartment, but she couldn't explain. Only that she had to leave for a while. "Hold still," she repeated, hoping Phil couldn't hear her racing heart. "I'm trying to focus on that moment when Christine rips off the phantom mask at the end of Act 2. You're uglier than sin, and the entire audience gasps. All that's left is the jagged pieces of your beautiful scar and some devilish eyebrows. You'd think I'd be used to this thing, but it itches like the dickens." He took a sip of the herbal concoction he drank every night before singing for 2 hours. "Your Midwestern roots are showing," Linden warned. "New Yorkers usually use much more colorful language with a few curse bombs thrown in for good measure." "You outed me, Lindy. Kansas born and bred. But then you knew that. How many times have we sat here together while you did my makeup?" "More than 1,000, she murmured, watching the collagen liquid tighten up and dry so she could apply the rest of the eyeshadow powder that finished off a fake scar to make it look aged and realistic. "Here's your straw." she added, poking a striped straw into his glass. "Easier to drink when I'm finishing off your face." It was another ritual they played out each night. Funny how those things naturally evolved with time and backstage friendships. When she returned from her secret getaway, Linden likely wouldn't have a job any longer. Nerves, excitement, and dread ran through her. But if she didn't leave now, she was sure she'd lose her mind. Too many scabs had formed over the scars of her heart while she'd played the role of Mark Denley's wife. Nostalgia brought tears to her eyes, and she blinked them back with a fury. Her throat grew thick as if she'd swallowed a frog. She might run out of money, too, and moving in with her mother was out of the question. The Broadway theater life was a career she had loved, the life she'd dreamt about since she was a kid, but now it was suffocating her. She barely saw the sun each day, got home from the theater long past midnight, picked up groceries at 2 a.m. from the corner drugstore. She ate poorly, and there was no chance to date, let alone actually meet any nice single men. "Break a leg," she told Phil when she applied the finishing powder and adjusted his mask. She tried to keep her voice steady, knowing she might be speaking the words for the last time. His eyes lingered on her face as if he was trying to read her mind. "You okay, Miss Linden Adair?" She quickly smiled so as not to betray herself. "I'm fine. Perfect. You look fantastic. Knock 'em dead. You know you have female fans who come every week to watch your performance. That's how good you are." "Don't tell my wife that," Phil teased in return. They both knew he wasn't married, but it was one of their little jokes. Linden crossed her heart. "Mum's the word." His voice softened. "Without your makeup magic, none of us could make the audience believe we're the people we pretend to be on stage." She shrugged. "All in a day's work." "See you on the other side of Act 1. Phil dramatically swept an invisible cloak through the door. Linden gave a mock salute. "Face powder at the ready, my phantom." The costume department would soon banish Phil's 21st century jeans and button-down shirt, completing the transformation of an ordinary guy into the disfigured and mentally unstable enigma of 18th century theater. Except Phil was no ordinary guy. He was a tremendous talent who possessed just as much kindness as the Phantom possessed his love-stricken angst for Christine, the angel girl he lured into his underground lair. But the Phantom wanted more than to create beautiful music for Christine. He wanted to possess her, to own her. Despite the gorgeous costuming and stunning music, the show was truly a tortured love story. Fatigue swept over Linden like an ocean wave drowning her, followed by a 20-foot tidal wave of nostalgia. She fingered the messy piles of brushes, the bright, hot lights on the mirror forming drops of perspiration along her forehead. There was no changing her mind. The rental car, a dark blue Nissan Altima, was filled with gas and sitting in front of her apartment complex across the Hudson. While Linden loved the world of Broadway shows, she did not love the loneliness of the city, a life that often just skimmed the surface. She wanted more, but she had no idea what she was looking for or where to find it. Perhaps she'd fail in epic fashion and find herself right back here plastering scars and pancake makeup in the dungeons of the theater. Maybe the world beyond New York was harsh and ugly and unlovable too. Or maybe she'd meet her Tom Hanks in Seattle. A girl could escape. But she had to do it before she woke up one morning to find that she was too old or too afraid to try. Chapter 2. Of course, Tom Hanks ended up meeting his mystery woman at the top of the Empire State Building, which brought Linden straight back to New York. Standing in the silent shadows of the stage's wings, hiding in the folds of the heavy draperies, Linden watched the crazy that always happened just before the curtains rose. Stagehands ran back and forth on silent feet, checking the scenery and props. Lighting people performed final checks on the overhead stage lights and spotlight circles, blinding everyone in the process or plunging them into sudden darkness. The murmur of the audience was loud, including the orchestra that was tuning their instruments, blessedly covering up the backstage chaos before the magic began. "What are you doing here?" a voice suddenly growled in Linden's ear. Her chin shot up, startled out of her reverie. It was Mark, her ex-husband, looming beside her, dark eyes fixed on her face in a menacing glower. Why hadn't she slinked away after finishing Phil's makeup? She and Mark usually took pains to avoid each other, and now it seemed he'd sought her out just to pester her. "Just watching," Linden said carefully, staring out over the stage. "You're in the way," Mark said. "You should be sitting in the dressing room until intermission." "Oh, there's a rule about that?" Linden challenged. "Show me where that's stated in my contract." He gave a snort. "Don't try to be cute. You know perfectly well what your role is. Minor employee. Backstage. Not seen. Unimportant." Linden's temper simmered. She had kept her cross-country trip to visit her best friend Jane a secret, and now the secret was bursting inside of her. But the last thing she wanted was for Mark to find out. He'd blow a gasket. And unfortunately, here he was, breathing down her neck, completely obnoxious and overbearing. Taking a quick breath to steady her nerves, Linden pretended it was just another normal Friday night performance. She had to stay cool, calm, and collected so that her ex-husband wouldn't suspect anything out of the ordinary. "How utterly demeaning and contemptible you've become. Nobody can apply the phantom scar like I do. I'm much more important than you'll ever admit. You say that to justify your hatred of me. You throw that at me to justify your boorish behavior of the last year. Your infidelity. What if I didn't show up tomorrow? You'd panic. If you don't show up to work, you'll find a termination notice on your desk within an hour." Linden gritted her teeth. Of course she wouldn't just no-show and leave the Broadway production in a bind. Though she had been tight-lipped about her trip, she had gone through the proper channels to get her time off, clearing it with the office manager who had hired another makeup artist to fill in while Linden was gone. She was a professional, after all, and had proven herself to be completely dependable over her tenure. "I've been a part of this show for 10 years. Longer than you, actually, so stuff it. Standing here for a few minutes isn't going to affect anything. At the moment, you're the one blocking Rob who's trying to get through to place that lamp." Mark pursed his lips, allowing the stagehand through, who nodded at Linden with a half grin. "Go do your job, Director Denley," she told him curtly. "Goodbye." Mark growled and stomped away, making more noise than all the other stagehands combined. Somebody shushed him, and he gave Linden a dark backward glance. "Go get your darling Carlotta ready," she hissed, slipping away before he had her physically escorted back to the dressing rooms. For all of Mark's contemptible behavior, she would always have the upper hand. She wasn't the cheater. She wasn't the one who abandoned the marriage with cold heartlessness. Tears burned at the back of her eyes. When she didn't show up tomorrow, Mark would curse her forever. It didn't matter that the day after they buried their daughter, Mark confessed he'd been secretly meeting one of his big-busted dancers, Julie Danes, having an affair right under her nose. Mark Denley was a Class A jerk. She didn't care if tomorrow sent him into a tizzy's spin. He'd sold his soul a long time ago. For Linden, The theater had stolen her heart for a decade, but her soul was empty after losing her baby to crib death. She had to reclaim her soul, her life, before she threw herself off the Brooklyn Bridge. She slunk back into the draperies to get out of the way of Phil, whose brow furrowed while he paced a dark corner, eyes brooding, mentally and emotionally becoming the phantom. On the opposite end of the wings, Christine put on an innocent, happy smile, preparing for her first solo and rearranging her features into a 16-year-old girl. Back in the dressing room, Linden made sure to leave an array of powder and lip colors for the intermission touch-ups. She would stay and finish her job, but if she hung around for the next hour hovering in the wings, she'd just break down and cry. Or she might lose her nerve. The music of the night tugged at her heart for the last time, and then Linden blew a silent kiss, bidding her old life farewell. Chapter 3. A brisk October breeze blew off the Hudson, worming its way through the dark alleys of the tall buildings and freezing Linden's cheeks. She walked briskly to the subway, hiking her handbag bulging with her theater cosmetics up onto her shoulder. She was just about to insert her ticket into the turnstile when her phone rang. Her mother's name appeared on the screen. Linden considered ignoring it until she got home, but once she arrived at her apartment, she had to get to bed so she could leave at the crack of dawn. "Hello, Mother," she said, plopping into her seat near the front of the train headed to Brooklyn. "Lindy, is that you?" Linden gave an amused laugh. "Yes, you're the one that called me Mom, remember? I never know if I've hit the wrong buttons." Wasn't my familiar voice a dead giveaway? If you were trying to call somebody else, I'm happy to hang up and let you move forward with your evening. Don't be smart, young lady. Linden chuckled softly, crossing her legs and leaning back to get more comfortable, as much as one could on a molded plastic seat. Dvorak's new symphony was playing in the background. Her mother probably had her New Age friends over for the evening, brewing weird tea and grilling vegetables on the hibachi with brown rice on the stove, talking politics and theater, and their next day's activities at the soup kitchen where they volunteered. Her mother was a dichotomy of a woman who'd throw a sleeping bag onto her back and hike the Catskills, and then dress to the nines for a concert at the Rockefeller Center. She wore broomstick shirts, had piercings and tattoos, and wore her graying hair all the way down to her waist. "You're just so easy to tease." "Where are you?" Her mother's voice turned suspicious. Linden stalled, trying to figure out the best answer. "Aren't you at the theater?" "I stepped out for a bit," she said vaguely. There was a long moment of silence, then her mother said, "You're on the subway. I can hear it in the background." "Have you switched careers to sleuthing, dear mother?" "You're leaving, aren't you?" her mother said with a sigh. "You promised you wouldn't go until after the holidays. We were going to Vermont for skiing and Christmas, remember?" "We can still spend Christmas with Aunt Doreen," Linden said, drawling out the words. "That's still 3 months away, and I'll only be gone a month." The other end of the line crackled. "Quick, get off at the next stop. I'm waiting for you." "What?" "Get off the train before it goes over the bridge and give your mother a hug before you drive off to heaven knows where." Obediently, Linden rose when the train pulled into the next stop. When she hiked up the subway stairs to the sidewalk above, city lights shimmered, the air brisk but not too cold. Smells of pepperoni pizza wafted through the air, spiced by the trash bins on the corner for the next day's pickup. True enough, Anton Adair was standing at the top of the stairs. She grabbed Linden and held her tight for several long moments, while Linden breathed in her mother's particular scent. A mix of lavender incense and lemons with a touch of soy thrown in. I was going to come by in the morning to say goodbye to you, you know, Linden whispered. Tomorrow's schedule is packed, so this works even better. Let's get a cup of tea at the barista across the street. Linden choked back a burst of laughter. I swear you planned this. How could I? I didn't know you were going to walk out on your job tonight. Linden narrowed her eyes. Did Mark call to tell you I was AWOL? Of course not, Chantel huffed indignantly. He and I do not speak, which is just fine with me. I know I always played nice while you two were married, but simply put, he's a cad. Linden lifted her lips into a half smile. Thanks for always being on my side, Mom. You're my only child. Who else's side am I going to be on? She tucked her daughter's arm through hers, and 60 seconds later they were inside a toasty warm bakery cafe that smelled of coffee and cinnamon. Chantel Adair was easygoing, a live-and-let-live woman, but when it came to raising Linden, she'd been strict about rules and chores and friends. Maybe it was because Linden's father had taken off when she was 4 years old, never to be heard from again except for occasional checks to his wife and a package at Christmas with toys and candy for Linden. And the postcards. Her father, Bruce Adair, sent the loveliest postcards from around the world. Indonesia, Istanbul, Egypt, New Zealand. Linden barely remembered her father, so she really didn't miss him. It had always been her and Chantel, who was also a Broadway makeup artist. She'd worked with the Cats production the entire time Linden grew up, and then The Lion King. Her mother could create the best feline whiskers. An innovative artist who had taught Linden everything she knew about theatrical makeup and hair. Chantel paid for a pot of herbal tea and chocolate vegan muffins, and they slid into a table by the window. You never answered my question, sweetheart, she said, stirring her steaming cup. Linden nibbled at a muffin, trying to restrain herself from wolfing the entire thing down in 2 minutes flat. Her mother knew she was a chocolate freak. Okay, it's true. I fast-tracked my plans by a week and I'm leaving in the morning. I can't stand working under Mark, Mom. He's asinine in every sense of the word. You used to just call him a jerk. Asinine sounds more erudite. Her mother's laugh was amused. You always did spout the biggest words when you were a child. I probably gave you too many books to read. Please don't go off and marry a professor or something. I'm not sure I could take a stuffy professor as a son-in-law. Stuffy and me don't go together. Hey, after marrying a theater director, a professor would probably be a lot saner, even if more staid. Frankly, after Mark's drama, I'd be ecstatic with boring. No, you wouldn't. New York is in your blood. Her mother sighed, a frown appearing between her brows. I wish you weren't going off into the wild blue yonder just to get away from Mark. New York has 10 million people and jobs galore. You don't have to leave home to escape an ex-husband you probably won't ever see again, even living in the same city. I hear what you're saying, but if I don't leave, at least for a little while, I'm going to jump off the Empire State Building. Let's not get drastic, darling. I bump into the walls of my apartment. I have noisy neighbors. I spend most of my time in the dark of the stage. I can't do this anymore. I don't know myself anymore. Knowing yourself is overrated, Chantel said with a shrug. Despite your theater training and local classes, you never did go away to college or take a European trip with girlfriends, so I can understand the feeling of claustrophobia. But I worry about you on the road all by yourself. New Yorkers, do not drive. You'll get into an accident. I've been practicing. Hungrier than she realized, Linden began eating the second muffin while her mother poured more tea. We also have cell phones these days. I signed up for AAA in case of car trouble, she added to reassure her mother. And I've kept up my karate skills. You were a good big city mother making sure I could defend myself. You're welcome, sweetheart. Chantel stared into her daughter's face. Now tell me the real reason you're hitting the highway. Or is this a road trip with no destination in mind? Seattle, Linden said. Jane and her family live there. I can crash with her for a couple of weeks, see the Space Needle, maybe cruise on down to San Francisco and walk across the Golden Gate Bridge. I'll be back before you miss me. Her mother harumphed. When's the last time you actually saw Jane? Christmas last year. That's what I thought. Honestly, Mom, I have to go find my life again. Linden's voice cracked. She fought back the rush of tears, determined not to let them take over. I thought I had a great husband and a daughter I'd cherish forever. Both gone so fast I still don't know what hit me. Everybody in the theater business is driven with ambition and selfishness. They only worry about themselves, their careers. Not many people are real. I can't explain it. Her mother's voice softened. What are you looking for, darling? Linden shrugged helplessly. She pictured her tiny apartment where she'd left her suitcases and a couple of boxes ready to load. I can't even go for a drive without it costing me $200 in monthly parking space. That may be your dissatisfaction with the crazy economy we call Manhattan, but that's not why you're leaving. I can't put it into words. A road trip, getting away from all of this, will give me time to think. Really think. To figure out what I want. What I need. Chantel placed a warm hand on top of her daughter's. As long as you come back, she said softly. Linden took a sip of her hot drink, her mouth going dry. How could her mother think she wouldn't come back from a vacation? The last one was her honeymoon with Mark 6 years earlier. Of course I'm coming back. But was she? The thought of creating a new life was more tempting than she thought. Just know that I love you, my darling girl. Promise to call me every day. When they said goodbye a few minutes later, Linden embraced her mother tight, promised daily phone calls, and then grabbed her handbag from the back of her chair. Outside again in the cool evening, she shoved her hands into her pockets, gave a final backward glance at her mother, and then headed toward the subway opening at the end of the block. When she arrived at her apartment, Linden finished her final packing. Did she need a blow-dryer? Nah, she'd do wash and wear until she got to Seattle and Jane's house. It would just be her and the wide-open highway for 3,000 miles, cruising through states and countryside she'd never laid eyes on before. Big cities, small towns, farmland. Linden wasn't exactly sure, but it was going to be great. What could go wrong? Her mother believed everything a person needed could be found on the island of Manhattan. An occasional trip to London or Paris for the European theater, snagging a local continental boyfriend to take her to nightclubs and restaurants, or a drive through the wine country of France. The rest of the United States was a conglomeration of people she had nothing in common with. Shopping at strip malls, going to the movies, as if that was a sign of depravity. A moment later, her cell rang. It was Jane, the sounds of a squirming baby in the background. Hey, Lindy, just checking in with you. Tomorrow morning is almost here. I know. The excitement of this daring adventure caught hold of Linden, and she felt a rise of anticipation sizzle at her throat. Right now, I'm checking my packing list. I picked up the rental car earlier today, and it's in a dastardly expensive parking space downstairs. Don't load up tonight. All your stuff will be stolen by morning. Jane made cooing noises to her baby, and Linden heard the sound of crunching crackers across the receiver. Sorry, it's dinner time and Bailey is starving. I'm trying to head her off while we wait for Daddy. It always surprised Linden to realize that her old friend was a mother, her hours taken up with teething and bathing 2 preschoolers and mashing peas. The friend who swore she'd never have kids. I can't believe you're doing this trip by yourself, Jane added. You're braver than I am. I don't feel brave, just desperate. Mark again? Jane asked quietly. "I'm gonna wash that man right out of my hair," Linden said, quoting South Pacific, "and send him on his way." "I'm gonna hold you to it, girl. Mark isn't worth it. Surely you know that by now." Linden nodded without speaking, but it had only been a year, and the grief lay just below the surface of her heart, forming the ever-present lump in her throat. "I have babysitters lined up," Jane said, her voice light with adventure. "We can dress up, go shopping, eat out, and enjoy ourselves. You deserve a break. But it seems like such a drastic decision to walk out on the job you love, get in a car, and start driving. A plane is much safer and faster." "It's drastic to go see your dearest childhood friend 3,000 miles away?" "You'll be alone, blessedly alone. Send me your daily itinerary. Don't talk to strangers. Stop only at places with normal people. Not at hotels like the Bates Motel where the owner's son is a murderer." Linden laughed out loud. "You are too funny. See you soon." When they hung up, she sank back against the duvet, the taste of freedom growing stronger. Maybe a girl had to move far away into another world to find a little piece of happiness. Chapter 4. Linden's itinerary for her escape adventure was on an endless brain loop in her weird dreams until the sun woke her at dawn, managing to find the tiny slit in the blinds to pierce her straight in the eye. She was used to working late nights and sleeping late, but for the next month, she had to change her sleeping schedule if she was going to drive during daylight hours on unfamiliar roads and find gas stations and restaurants open at sane times of the day. New York City might be a city that never sleeps, but the rest of the country had closing hours. Her heart was in her throat when she perused her apartment one last time and turned out the lights. Shaking off the bizarre premonition that she wasn't ever coming back, Linden locked the apartment door and clattered down the narrow stairs to the outside doors. Her landlord had a spare set of keys in case of an emergency. There was absolutely nothing to worry about. Down in the lower-level parking garage, she climbed into the driver's seat of the dark blue Nissan Altima and locked the doors. She'd considered purchasing a used car, but her mother talked her out of it, opting to rent for now. There was a higher risk of breaking down with an older car, plus the Avis rental fees included changing flat tires, highway rescues, and free towing. Already, the neighborhood was busy with commuters and shops opening up. It was commute hour, and the freeways would be jammed, the bridges packed getting out of the city, but she wanted to get in at least 400 miles today. "When is New York ever not congested?" she said aloud, and then practically had a heart attack when a male figure loomed at the driver's door and knocked on her window with a balled-up fist. Her heart hammered in her throat when Mark's face stared daggers at her. "What the heck?" she spluttered, pressing the power button to roll the window down. "What are you doing here? I thought stalking me ended a year ago." "I never stalked you, Linden," her ex-husband said with a roll of his eyes. "You sure seem to show up at my favorite restaurants often, or my front door with divorce papers." "Because you wouldn't sign them." "Because you wouldn't give me what I wanted after sleeping with your new dancer. When you have an affair and leave the marriage, you lose, buddy." Linden shivered at how hateful he looked. This was the man she had loved for 10 years, worked every day with at the theater, and finally married. "Can't you see I'm busy, Mark? Like in a car ready to drive off? Maybe I should have run you off the road," she added with a sarcastic smile. "Very funny." Mark's tone dripped with rancor. "I saw your letter asking for a leave of absence from the theater. You never gave it to me." "I gave it to the office manager. I didn't have to show it to you and get your permission." "You did if you want to have a job when you get back from wherever you're headed." Got a secret lover of your own, Linden? His comment was so galling that Linden let loose with her fury. First off, I would never have a secret lover. That's reserved for cheating husbands. Second, I don't have to explain myself to you. We have no relationship any longer, Mr. Denley. Third, vacation time is in my contract. Vacation hours I haven't used in years. Fourth, it's none of your business what I do in my personal life. And fifth, why in the world do you even care? Go back to your girlfriend and bugger off. I do care, Mark said, his voice softening. A sure sign that he was going to bully her about something. You haven't been well the past year. I worry that you're going to get yourself in trouble. Linden stared at him, aghast. Like, drive off a cliff? Why is everyone suddenly terrified that I'm never coming back? Perhaps because she was strangely thinking the very same thing. Have you had any counseling about Abigail or the divorce? That's none of your business, Mark. Stay out of my life. I know I did you wrong, and I guess I wanted to apologize. We were both hurting over our Abby baby. That was the first apology she had ever received from her husband, and the words shocked Linden. Then she shook her head, lest he was just messing with her head again. While I was home crying, you were running into another woman's arms. On the earthquake Richter scale of selfishness, you hit an 11. Is that why you're here? To bully me into coming back to Phantom? Interesting that I'm suddenly so needed. Okay, I admit it. You're one of the top makeup artists in town, so yes, I need you. Only you can do justice to the Phantom. Wow, an actual compliment? Sarcasm doesn't become you, Mark said, condescension in his voice. Linden gritted her teeth and tried not to hit him across the jaw with her purse. We're in our last months of performances, he went on. You should have waited until this run was done in December. September has better driving weather. I'm avoiding snow chains in the Rocky Mountains. And I do believe your office manager hired a makeup temp for the next month. You really should talk to Gloria more often, Linden added, or pay attention to your backstage crew instead of your half-talented Christine understudy. That's a low blow, even for you, Linden. She interfered in my marriage and took my husband from me, and you want me to give her sympathy? And just to clarify this entire conversation, I get to take a vacation without having to run over the director on 2nd Avenue. He straightened, hands on his hips, suit coat over one arm, looking very much like an ordinary businessman instead of a Broadway director. Linden gave a small laugh. I do believe you're going to miss me, Mr. Denley, but you can't bring yourself to admit it. His hands braced against the door jamb. Hey, Lindy, he said quietly. Do you mind getting out of the car for a minute? It feels weird talking to you through the window like this. Linden gazed at him suspiciously and then finally opened the car door, standing on the edge of the broken sidewalk. Is that better? You're coming back, aren't you? He asked in a low voice. You mean from my vacation? Where is this conversation going? Because you've had a rough couple of years. We both have. You seem to have gotten over it pretty quickly, long before the divorce papers were drawn up. A pensive look crossed his face. We had a child together. I'll never forget that. And I did love you, Lindy. Part of me still does. Before she knew it, Mark had his arms around her, his lips pressed against her mouth. Linden was so shocked she froze, but his lips were warm in the chilly morning air and surprisingly gentle. The familiar scent of his cologne engulfed her entire being as much as his arms did. She couldn't move, couldn't speak. It was true, she had missed him badly, missed his romantic kisses. missed having her husband in her life, missed the comfort he used to give her. But 10 seconds later, she pushed against his chest, tottering on her feet. No, no! Don't you dare do this to me, Mark. It's too late. There's no going back. But Linden, she cut him off, emotion welling up in her throat. You made your choices. All you want to do now is mess with my head. Now go away. Goodbye. With shaking legs, she clambered back into the driver's seat while Mark slipped his hand along her arm as if to stop her. We used to be good, Lindy, didn't we? He asked now. There's still something between us. I can feel it. I'm not going to answer that, she whispered, her voice shaking. If it weren't for Julie literally waiting in the wings back at the theater, or waiting for Mark at the apartment they now shared, she might not have stopped Mark from kissing her. Part of her missed him, and the other part hated him. Please come back to the theater, he said now, his jaw hardening. At least for tonight's show to train the temporary makeup artist. You owe me that much. Clarity dawned on Linden. That's the only reason you're here. Because you're worried about the Phantom's makeup job. You don't care about me being safe on the road, our ruined marriage, or the daughter we lost? You wanted one last kissing session because it's all about you. It's always about you. She hit the button to roll up the window, put the car into gear, and pressed her foot on the gas pedal, shooting toward the green light at the next intersection. Chapter 5. In the rearview mirror, Linden watched Mark throw his hands up into the air, whirling on his black patent leather shoes in frustration. What did Mark really want? To beg for his alimony checks to be returned? Those checks were the only way she'd managed to stay afloat this past year with the court costs and moving into her own place. She should have known when she married Mark that a powerful man in show business would be tempted by the gorgeous stars swarming him every single day. Affairs were much too commonplace, although Linden focused on her work and tried to keep her head down when it came to the soap opera lives of the actors around her. Why was she so terrible at judging a man's character? Every relationship she'd ever had ended in disaster. Maybe it had something to do with her own father deserting her and her mother. She didn't know what a decent and honorable man was supposed to be like, or how to detect one without getting her heart broken. Just before she got to the Brooklyn Bridge, Linden pulled into Riverview Cemetery. After circling the narrow drive around the lawns and statuary, she parked the car and closed her eyes for a moment, still trying to shake off the encounter with her ex-husband. Sundays were her usual visits to Abigail's grave. It was going to feel strange not coming here for a month. The worst part of a vacation was leaving her baby daughter behind. Sticking her hands into the pockets of her light jacket against the late September morning, Linden tramped across the damp grass, taking deep breaths to calm down after the confrontation with Mark. Approaching the spot she knew so well, Linden ran her hands through her hair and sank to the soft lawn, smelling the scent of freshly mowed grass. She knew the words before her by heart, but she read each one tenderly in her mind anyway. Abigail Marie Denley, our sweet angel gone to heaven, aged 10 months. The knot in her chest increased as grief swept through her, a hurricane of emotions. It had taken so long to bring Abby into the world, so many doctor appointments, needles, and procedures. After a successful in vitro fertilization, it was morning sickness for months and then a difficult birth. But Abigail Marie had been worth every struggle, every doubt, every pain, and every tear shed. Even Mark's stiff, businesslike manners melted when he held his daughter in his arms, or tickled her, or fed her carrots, which she immediately spat out in an orange mess. He'd even rocked Abby to sleep when Linden was still recovering from the birth. Only a week before she passed away in her crib, she and Mark had cheered as she rose to her feet to stand for a full second before immediately flopping back to the carpet. The morning Linden found her still, cold body in her crib, lying under her favorite purple butterfly blanket, Linden's world ended. Her heart was broken. Mark retreated into his work, and Linden retreated from him. Did he blame her? He never said as much in any words, but the night she died was the first night they had put their foot down and made Abigail stay in her own crib all night instead of crawling into their big bed with them. Finding her gone the next morning, her angel face gray, her body so very, very still, had been a nightmare. Linden's screams that horrific day were always inside her head, torturing her. Dr. Hart prescribed a mild sleeping pill and pills for anxiety, but after a year of deep mourning, followed by Mark's infidelity, Linden stopped taking the pills. She had to face life head-on, get out of bed, go to work, or else she would die. She thrust all the blame onto Mark. His desertion was easier to despise than herself or God. One day, while watching a documentary about a couple who spent 2 months traveling the old Route 66 highway from Chicago to Los Angeles, exploring the history of that infamous highway, Linden sat up and took notice. A road trip would help her get out of her melancholy funk. Besides, seeing the country, it would give her time to be herself again. She wouldn't be the director's ex-wife or a grieving mother, and certainly not the specter of a shadow in the backstage rooms of the Phantom of the Opera Theater. "I'm going away, Abby girl," she told her daughter now, placing a bunch of bright yellow daisies and purple baby's breath on the grave's headstone. Linden had tied up the flowers with a red bow. Abby always loved red. Her bright red Easter dress, her red blocks, red crayons, red apples. Linden fought the tears swimming in her eyes, running a finger along the chiseled words of the granite gravestone, the letters of her daughter's name. "I'll miss you every day, but I'll always be thinking of you, every minute of every day." After 15 minutes of fighting back the tears and losing, Linden finally rose to her feet. She wiped at the damp spots the moist grass had left on the backside of her jeans. "Wish me luck," she managed to say in a wobbly voice. "I love you always and forever," she added in a small whisper. Backing away slowly, she headed across the lawns. When she climbed into the Nissan, Linden revved the engine, adjusted the rearview mirror, and circled out of the cemetery, trying not to let the bucket of tears blind her vision. The plan was to take Brooklyn Bridge and cross into New Jersey, where she'd meet the highway that would eventually take her to Chicago. She planned to spend at least a week getting to Jane's house, stay a week, maybe a few days down to San Francisco, and then return home. 30 days tops. Butterflies rioted like little devils in her stomach. She had her map route on her phone laid out on the passenger seat, a soda and ice in the cup holder, and the morning sun in the rear view mirror. Cranking up the volume on the radio to blast out some rock and roll, Linden muttered, "Get ready, world. Here I come." Chapter 6. After driving through the northern parts of Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, and a quick drive along sparkling Lake Michigan and Chicago, Linden left the outskirts of the suburbs and began to pass acres of cornfields. There was more farmland through Illinois and Iowa than she thought there was still left in the country. Within a couple of days, she hit South Dakota and spent half a day at Mount Rushmore, which was more impressive than she'd expected. Breathtaking, even. Beyond that, the landscape morphed into spectacular mountains, wide valleys, and dramatic prairie scenery through Wyoming. Yellowstone was like a dream of gorgeous vistas, elk, cold streams, and geysers. Despite the chill in the air, Linden rolled down her window during the afternoons and breathed in the fresh air of this open countryside. Expansive blue skies arched overhead like a glazed bowl. The distances were so far and wide with spectacular colors, it was like gazing at an oil painting. When she pulled off at a scenic lookout, Linden was tempted to touch the landscapes and see if spots of paint came off on her fingertips. She was curious to see Idaho and Oregon, but to get to Seattle, Linden had to head further north into Montana, where the mountains were so spectacular she literally couldn't catch her breath. The days became longer because Linden stopped more often to hike to a scenic lookout or pick a bunch of fall wildflowers. The cool, pine-scented breeze rushed through her long auburn hair and across her face. Oh, how she wished she was sharing all of this with Abby. Her daughter would have celebrated her second birthday the following week. Linden swallowed the lump in her throat and tried to focus on driving and enjoying the ever-changing beautiful views. People became scarcer, cars too, except for the endless stream of cross-country semi-trucks carrying their loads of goods. Linden was alone with her thoughts, putting her car on cruise control during long stretches of road. She felt like an explorer, discovering a new world. Hidden wonders in unread coffee table books now pressed on each of her senses. One evening, she parked off the road during sunset, and the splashes of orange, red, and purple colors were so incredibly beautiful, her heart swelled with the majesty of it all until tears seeped from her eyes. She leaned against the side of her car while a glowing ball of yellow sank below the horizon. Getting back into her car, she turned on her headlights and drove off again, a tiny part of her afraid to go back home in a few weeks. Was New York still home? Who was she any longer? What did she want out of life? A new Linden? A healed and whole Linden? She still had a long way to go. Mostly because Mark's strange and very unexpected kiss had left her flustered and confused. That man was manipulative, messing with her emotions. He assumed she was still in love with him. He knew nothing about her any longer. His entire life was consumed with the theater and his new wife. Mark Denley was the most callous and selfish man she had ever known. How could she have fallen for him? It was embarrassing to admit her own flaws and not seeing his true self. In New York, he'd left her unsettled on the sidewalk by her apartment, wondering if he regretted his actions and the divorce. But out here in the wilds of the country, Linden knew better. These big azure skies were finally clearing her head to see and accept the truth of her marriage. Mark Denley hadn't changed. He might have regrets, but only because he was selfish and wanted his own needs fulfilled, not because he had the capacity to love someone else unconditionally. If his daughter's loss hadn't changed him, nothing could. Linden almost felt sorry for Julie, but not too much. She was only the first in a long line of women. When she hit Billings, she texted Jane. "Only 2 more days until I'm at your front door. Not sure what I want to do first. The top of the Space Needle or a day at the ocean." Jane texted back, "Our first morning will be dropping my 4-year-old Bethany at preschool, Bailey at a sitter, then coffee with some friends I want you to meet. After that, we'll take a drive along the ocean." "Sounds great," Linden wrote back. Now that she thought about it, 10 days sounded like a lot of time to intrude on Jane and her family. Maybe a long weekend would have been more realistic. Her husband was sure to privately complain and count the days until Linden was gone. Picking up her phone again, Linden texted, "If I arrive a couple days later than originally scheduled, will that ruin your plans? I'm enjoying life on the road more than I thought." Jane, did an alien abduct the real Linden? No worries. I don't have any specific plans. We can always get tickets for the ballet after you get here. I have a babysitter on call. Linden sent off a smiley face, then dropped her cell phone on the empty seat next to her, lifting her eyes back to the road. At the same moment, an enormous shadow loomed across both lanes of the highway, barely 10 feet in front of her. "Ah!" she screamed, jerking at the wheel and slamming on her brakes, terrified she was about to hit someone. An ear-splitting, grinding noise sounded when the car hit the rumble edge of the highway and she scraped against an already battered guardrail. She caught a glimpse of a pair of antlers in the headlights, and then the hulking shadow of a deer or an elk leapt off to the left. In vain, Linden tried to bring the car back onto the road, but she was going too fast, and the jutted ridges of the highway made the vehicle fishtail uncontrollably. Before she could blink again, the Nissan was plunging off the edge of the road and down into a small ravine while she banged her head against the ceiling of the car. Pumping the brakes didn't help to stop the runaway car. She'd never felt so out of control in her life, waiting to land somewhere. What was below her in the darkness? A lake to sink into the murky waters to drown? Or would she end up hanging off a cliff edge? A moment later, the car hit a wall of scrub brush and shuddered to a stop. Steam poured from the hood. Sounds of hissing came from the front end of the vehicle. Something was definitely damaged. Her rental car wasn't going anywhere tonight. Her breath heaved uncontrollably, and she tried not to burst into tears. Touching the top of her head, she didn't appear to be bleeding, but she was sure to have a horrific headache tomorrow, if not a huge lump to go with it. Taking deep breaths, Linden tried to orient herself. The world finally stopped spinning. The engine had gone silent, and her ears rang in the stillness of the night. She was stuck in the middle of nowhere, with a damaged car, no flashlight, and wild animals lurking just outside her windshield. She was so in trouble. Why hadn't she thought to bring a flashlight in the glove compartment? Why hadn't she stopped in the last town and got a room to spend the night? Why had she been so foolish to drive after dark? The answer was easy. Because she'd been having too much fun, enjoying the countryside and feeling free from all her woes without a care in the world. Stupid, she muttered now, yearning for that cute motel in the last small town. Putting a hand to her aching head, she tried to shove the car door to get out, but her arms were shaking badly and she didn't have any strength. Linden tried not to burst into sobs, but tears were leaking all over her face. Finally, the bottom of the door scraped along the rocky ground, giving her a few inches to worm her way out of the vehicle. Gingerly, she stood for a moment on trembling legs, leaning back against the car door to steady herself. At least the rental car appeared to be stuck and not shifting from her weight, as if about to plummet over an unseen cliff. The first stars began to appear in the black sky, so dark except for a half moon on the western horizon. The highway was empty, desolate, no headlights of any other vehicles. Linden covered her face with her hands, trying to get a grip on her emotions. She was completely alone in a world that was as unknown as an alien planet. Grabbing on to the branches of the scrub brush, she hauled herself up the slope of the ravine. She'd Never been so grateful for that slice of moonlight so she could reach the highway and survey where she'd landed. Taking a breath, Linden saw that the spot where the car had gone off the road wasn't as bad as she'd first thought. The ravine was a small gully, not the edge of a mountain. The deer, or moose, or whatever it was, had long raced off into the night, so thank the Lord for that. Empty wilderness surrounded her, and Linden shivered in the chill of the night, hugging her arms around herself. Slowly walking back to the vehicle, she slid into the front seat again. "Please, God, let me get my engine started and climb out of here," she moaned as she turned the ignition key. But her car was at least 15 feet down from the highway pavement. Impossible to move on her own or attempt to drive it out of the gully. When the engine didn't turn over, Linden knew that was a bad sign. Ominous sounds of hissing still came from the front end. Something was definitely damaged. Her rental car wasn't going anywhere tonight. And it looked like she might be stuck here all night, too. Chapter 7. Creepy rustling noises came from the grasses and trees surrounding her. Linden imagined scurrying rodents and lean, hungry coyotes watching her with red, glowing eyes. An owl hooted overhead, swooping down as if checking her out. "Now what do I do?" she groaned, a headache pounding at her temples. Slogging her way out of the gully again, Linden gazed about. Not a sign of civilization in any direction. Just shadows, stars, and hulking mountains in the distance. She grabbed her phone and tried GPS. Linden couldn't remember how far it was to Billings, the next town, but probably at least 50 miles. Her cell phone didn't have much power or service out here in the middle of nowhere, but she managed to use her phone light to unfold the paper map she had thankfully purchased. The next town was some tiny place called Snow Valley, but at least 20 miles away or more. Who knew what sort of animals or strange people she might encounter walking late at night? Besides, it would take her all night to walk that many miles, and all she wanted to do was curl up and go to sleep. She'd finished off her last water bottle an hour ago, and hitchhiking in the middle of the night was just asking to be picked up by a serial killer. Seconds later, Linden heard the sound of an engine coming closer. She peered down the highway in each direction, trying to figure out where it was coming from. All of a sudden, headlights appeared over the western rise in front of her. Holding up her cell phone while she stood on the shoulder, she hoped the driver would see her before running her over. At least the headlights of her car were still glowing straight up into the air. She'd left them switched on to find her way out of the gully, but she dreaded when the car lost battery power and she was plunged into permanent darkness. At least her cell phone had power that would last several more hours. When the vehicle got closer, the engine grew louder. It had to be a truck. Of course. Linden had seen more trucks in the last week than she had in her entire 34 years of life. When the truck spotted her, a regular pickup, not a commercial semi-truck, it braked, slowing down to pull up alongside her. The driver's window rolled down and the dome light came on. A young man in his mid-20s, wearing a baseball cap stuck backward on his head, lifted a hand in greeting. "Hey, what are you doing clear out here by yourself?" Linden stepped closer, keeping several feet between her and the truck. "A deer jumped across the highway and I ran my car into that gully," she said, pointing down the ravine. "Engine won't start." "Ah, yeah. Didn't see your car until now. Thought maybe you'd walked out of town. Fight with your boyfriend or something." "That would be foolish," Linden said, offended that he would think she was as stupid as that to walk 20 miles after a fight. But maybe she shouldn't be so hard on him. He looked innocent enough, but looks could be deceiving. That was the New York girl coming out in her. He shrugged nonchalantly. "Let me pull off and check out your car." Linden bit at her lips. "You don't have to. If you could call a tow truck for me, I'd appreciate it very much. I'm not getting very good reception on my cell phone out here." "You're in luck," he told her with a grin. "I personally know the tow truck folks." "That seems, convenient." "In Snow Valley, we like to say it's the hand of God. He's watching over you tonight." Linden gave him a weak smile. "I just wish he'd inspired that deer to run across the road after I'd passed. It's pretty scary out here." "Are you okay?" he asked, watching her carefully when Linden held a hand to her head. "Should I call an ambulance? Looks like you tore down that gully pretty fast." I think I'm fine," she said, as much to reassure herself as him. "I just want to see civilization." Her brain spun with 100 worries. She needed to get the paperwork for Avis out of the glove compartment. She hoped she had bought enough insurance to cover the accident. She wanted to call her mother as well as Jane. At the same time, she worried that her predicament just made her look foolish, especially after assuring them she could handle a cross-country trip all by herself. The man laughed. "Well, there's that. Where you from? I can't place your accent." "I'm from New York, and I don't have an accent." He gave her a lopsided grin. He was cute, although at least 10 years younger. "Okay, if you say so." Linden chewed at her lips. He was the one with the accent. A little bit country, but not strong. Not like the South or backwoods of West Virginia. Just a bit of a small-town drawl. "Let me make a quick phone call and we'll have you out of here in a jiffy." "Who's we?" Linden asked, lifting her head to peer into the truck's cab. "You're alone unless I'm mistaken." "Me and my older brother. He can go grab the tow truck and bring it out to us. I left the keys at the shop." Linden gave him a funny look. "You mean you own an actual tow truck? Just for kicks?" He removed his ball cap, smoothed down his hair, and then replaced the hat. "That's pretty funny. No, I'm Brett Owens. I work for Martin & Son Garage. Will, my brother I was talking about, can pick it up and bring it out to us." He handed her a business card to show that he was legit. "Oh, I see. Right. That's very kind of you. Thank you," Linden added stiffly, feeling a sudden, enormous relief at being rescued. "No problem. That's what neighbors in Snow Valley do." "Snow Valley," Linden repeated. "I saw that on my GPS. Is that where you live?" "Prettiest little town in Montana. You'll like it. They're even filming a television show there. Some folks from Hollywood with all their cameras and gear and crew." Linden gave a short laugh, shaking her head at the odd coincidence. "And here I was trying to escape show business and actors." Giving her a sideways look, Brett scratched at the meager hair on his chin and climbed down the slope of the gully, flicking on an enormous flashlight he pulled out of the glove compartment. Montana men were obviously prepared for emergencies. Or maybe it was because he worked for a car repair business. Linden rubbed at her arms. It was getting colder. Fall was definitely coming. More so than in New York, where everything was concrete and skyscrapers. The smell of sage and pine scented the air, and she breathed it in, reminding her of her mother's apartment and the incense she often burned. The stars were 1,000 times brighter out here in the middle of nowhere, as if she could reach out and scoop them up in her fist and take them home like diamond jewels. She peered over the slope of the gully at her poor rental car. "What's the damage look like, Mr. Owens?" she called out. "I'm just Brett. No, mister, please," he replied, grunting as he climbed back up. "Your radiator is smashed up pretty good. Car lost its water. Even if we could start the car, the engine wouldn't last long. Overheat and seize up. A full engine repair would take weeks and a couple $1,000. Panic seized Linden's heart. "What? I don't have that kind of money." Sorry, I'm just talking worst case scenario. We can fix your radiator pretty easy, if we have the parts. We don't keep many of those foreign car parts around, though. Most folks drive Chevys and Fords. It's a rental car. Brett's face fell. Oh boy, you'd better call the rental car company and let them know. Your front fender is banged up good. Sliding into a gully will do that. Believe me, it was terrifying. A deep shiver ran through Linden as she relived the terror of crashing down the ravine. You okay, miss, Sorry, I'm Linden Adair. I don't have phone reception out here. I'll have to call Avis in the morning. I think the time difference is 2 hours, so it's pretty late back in New York. Did you call your brother yet? She prodded, eager to get out of the cold and find a hotel. Hopefully, Snow Valley wasn't so tiny it didn't have a hotel. He's on his way. Probably 30 minutes by the time he gets to the shop and gets the truck. You got a jacket? Your teeth are starting to chatter. Linden blushed. Yeah, I should have grabbed it when I got out to see where I was. I'll get it for you, back in a jiffy. Before Linden could speak again, Brett Owens was digging his cowboy boots into the rocky ravine and scrambling toward the car. 10 seconds later, the young man handed it to her and Linden shoved her arms into the sleeves. Thank you. You were down and back so fast, I'd swear you do this every day. He shrugged. I got good balance. Comes from doing rodeo since I was a kid. Ah, I think I know what that is. Roping horses? Steers. They can be mean suckers, but steer roping or bull riding is a challenge. And I like a challenge. His eyes glittered in the dark, and Linden wondered if he was flirting with her. Surely not. She had to be at least 10 years older than he was, and she couldn't possibly have a single thing in common with a man from Montana. After a few more minutes of chit-chat and pacing back and forth to peer down into the gully at the car, Brett suddenly called out, He's coming. He lifted an arm to wave down a pair of piercing headlights coming straight for them. Get out of the road! Linden shouted out, afraid the kid was going to get run over. It's Will, and he can be a fool behind the wheel of my flatbed. What do you mean a fool? Linden inched closer to Brett, hoping to not get flattened by a potentially crazy driver. He doesn't work for the garage, so he almost never drives the flatbed. I see. Linden was curious what Will did do for a career in a place like Snow Valley. Maybe he was barely out of high school. With that impression lingering in her mind, Linden wasn't expecting the 6'4" man that climbed out of the tow truck with shoulders as broad as a quarterback's. Brett's brother was definitely all grown up. The man was at least 35 with a 2-day-old beard, more than a 5 o'clock shadow, and just enough to be sexy as all heck. His jawline squared off, and a small dimple appeared in the beam of the truck's headlights. Goodness, the man was good-looking. Just the right combination of model handsome and rugged. A man's man. Certainly not the metro actors she was used to in New York. Linden found her stomach giving a jump. She hadn't seen such a fine specimen of man in a long time. She wanted to run a finger down his chin and touch that dimple. Instead, she tried not to keep staring, along with wishing she'd bothered to comb her hair and fix her makeup when she'd stopped for dinner 3 hours earlier. Will Owen's attire was illogical for the task. He was wearing a dressy leather jacket over a crisp blue shirt and a tie. An odd choice for driving a tow truck. Maybe he'd been on a date when Brett called him away, and that's why the man's expression was a little grumpy. His face was expressionless, almost stern. Without so much as a glance at Linden, Will left the engine idling on the flatbed truck that boasted a hook and crane for attaching a car. Then he climbed down into the gully with Brett to discuss the best way to get the Nissan out without tearing off the bumpers. Standing at the edge of the slope, Linden stared down at the two men. Their flashlights roved over the car, lighting up the wild countryside just beyond the glowing white beam. Shadowy mountains in the distance looked like enormous hulking beasts, and Linden shivered again, trying not to think about being stuck out here all night if Good Samaritan Brett hadn't come along. The same Good Samaritan waved an arm, catching her attention. "I'm gonna back up the tow truck here along the ledge. Then we're gonna swing out the crane and pick up the front end of your car and maneuver it onto the flatbed." "Will it damage the car?" "No more than she's already damaged. Sorry about that, miss. But good news is our garage is a body shop too, and it'll look good as new when we're through with it." Linden crossed her fingers as she watched from the sidelines, wincing every time it seemed the car was going to crash back down to the ground, or slide off the flatbed. Once the car was on, the two brothers quickly tied it down using a series of wheel locks and rope, keeping the front end on the crane to stabilize it and ensure the vehicle didn't slide off on the trip into town. "You coming with us?" the elder Owens brother said, jerking a thumb at her and acknowledging Linden for the first time. Linden pressed her lips together. How rude. "Of course," she managed to say in a tight voice. "I don't plan on taking a 20-mile stroll down a deserted highway." Will shook his head and turned away, although Brett gave a laugh. "I like your New York sarcasm." Of course, Highway 94 wasn't completely deserted. Over the last hour, several cars had passed, moving across the dotted line to give them room, and then the red taillights disappearing into the night. Will gave a grunt at his brother's comment and then slid into the driver's seat of the tow truck. Brett jogged back to his own truck, hopping in and revving the engine. Linden would have preferred riding with the younger brother, but he hadn't invited her, and it made more sense for her to stay with her rental car, even though they were all headed to the same place at the end of the drive. Climbing into the truck awkwardly, she rearranged her handbag on her lap and then attempted to find the seatbelt. "I give up," she said at last, unable to figure out where the seatbelt was in the dark. Will gave another grunt as he leaned across her, fumbling behind her right shoulder. "It's further back than normal," he said in a low voice. "Sorry for the close quarters, but I'll get it for you." Leaning in close, he reached around to grasp the seatbelt and snap it into Linden's buckle. The timbre of his voice and the musk of his aftershave made Linden's brain swim. His large frame and nearness was overwhelming. She had to get a grip on herself. This was stupid. There was no denying her physical attraction to this man, but he was a stranger. A nobody from a small town that she'd never see again after tonight. "Ready now, Miss Adair?" Linden was surprised he remembered her name. "Yes, thank you. I'm sorry to make such trouble. I can pay you both for your time, Mr. Owens." "I'm not Brett, I'm Will." Linden stared at him, puzzled. "I know, I can tell the difference." Boy, could she. He had a presence about him that fascinated her. From the duskiness of the cab, Linden thought she detected a small smile, which he quickly hid. "What I mean is my last name isn't Owens. It's Baldwin." "But Brett said that you two were brothers." "Half-brothers. Different fathers." "Oh, that explains it. I'm sorry." "For what?" Linden took a shaky breath. "For assuming incorrectly, for bringing up difficult family situations, for intruding on your evening. Take your pick." He didn't say anything in return, but the vibes coming off Mr. Will Baldwin were definitely chilly. "Maybe where you come from there are family difficulties, but Brett and I don't have them. My father died when I was a kid and my mother remarried, so there's about 9 years between me and Brett. No family drama at all." Linden chewed on her lips, feeling like she'd stuffed her entire foot into her mouth. "I wasn't trying to be nosy." He shrugged but didn't glance her direction. In fact, he kept his face forward, staring at the road, almost as if purposely trying not to look at her. Long, slow minutes passed in total silence while the tow truck bumped along the highway, its diesel engine rumbling loud and obnoxiously. Linden's rental car swayed dangerously behind them. When the truck rocked around one hard curve, she flinched, afraid her car would go rocketing off the side and into oncoming traffic. When Will spoke again, his voice was softer. Maybe he'd reconciled himself to the fact that his date, appointment, rendezvous, or whatever he'd had to leave to come rescue her was too late to salvage. "Brett said it was a deer," he said, picking up speed along a straightaway and rushing headlong into the darkness, only punctuated by his headlights. "Yes," Linden said, relieved he was acknowledging her presence, but afraid she'd say the wrong thing. "I saw antlers in my headlights and swerved to avoid it. Lucky you didn't hit it. Could have been killed. Especially if it was a big truck. Those antlers could have come straight through your windshield and gored you." Turning in her seat, Linden gave him a quizzical glance. The man made it sound like it was her fault the deer ran in front of her car. Was everybody this friendly in Snow Valley, Montana? If so, she'd spend as little time as possible here. That sounds like something your brother Brett would say. He's quite the charming cowboy. "I'm sorry we don't live up to your New York standards." I meant it as a compliment. He was very friendly and very kind. Linden paused. "Did Brett tell you I'm from New York City?" "Nope, but I can hear the accent. Not a lot, but a little." "That's quite astute," she said dryly. "You ever lived there?" she asked, assuming he probably hadn't been within 1,000 miles of Manhattan. "Actually, I did live there, for a couple years while doing grad work at Columbia. You from Brooklyn?" "You nailed it. I'm impressed with something in Montana." He gave her a quick glance, his deep blue eyes glittering under the glow of the headlights. "That was, a little chilly." Linden blushed. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to come off snarky. We've obviously gotten off on the wrong foot. I've offended you in some way. Believe me, I'm just passing through. I won't be bothering you after tonight." Will relaxed his grip on the steering wheel and let out a breath. "I'm sorry if I've been rude. I had an important appointment tonight that I had to leave." "Then I apologize doubly. I never dreamed I'd run off the road due to a deer." Tuesday night, Linden thought. Important appointment. A date with somebody? Tuesday wasn't usually the night she thought of for a date with someone of the opposite sex. Perhaps it was a work meeting or something. Linden glanced surreptitiously at his left hand. No wedding ring. But that didn't mean he wasn't married. Many men didn't wear wedding bands. A moment later, Will switched on the heat, and Linden's feet finally started to warm up. But the company was still chilly. She couldn't wait for the uncomfortable drive to be over so she'd never have to see Will Baldwin again. Chapter 8. The lights of Snow Valley were a welcome sight when the tow truck dipped through a set of rolling hills and finally slowed into town. A "Welcome to Snow Valley" sign was lit up in the headlights of the truck. Main Street shops were dark except for security lights. Streets branched off at each intersection, the shadows of homes and neighborhoods in the distance. Will glanced down a side street that had a sign for Snow Valley High School, but he kept driving. Linden noticed a small public library, Dove's Groceries and Sundries, Big C's Burgers, a flower shop, and a bakery. It was actually a cute town, quaint and small. "How far is the garage?" Linden finally asked after a couple of left turns. "About 500 yards, Will replied. "I see it now," Linden said, more relieved than she thought she'd be. She stifled a yawn. It had been a long day, and she had no idea if there was a motel in this town. She hadn't noticed one coming down Main Street. A moment later, she leaned forward with relief. Martin and Son garage was in view. A couple of nightlights lit up a dusky interior when they pulled up to the brick building with double glass doors in front of a small parking lot. Dozens of parked cars lined the sides of the business, waiting their turn for repair or the owner to rescue it. Will Baldwin didn't speak as he maneuvered the tow truck along a side driveway, pulling through a chain-link fence that Brett had opened up for them. The young man pointed to an empty spot for Will to drive into. Linden was glad to see him, and as soon as the engine cut off, she had the truck door open, sliding off the seat and placing her feet onto the parking lot asphalt. Will slammed the driver's side door shut. "Where do you want it, Brett?" he called out. "Leave it for now," Brett said. "I'll move it into the open bay in the morning." "Is it possible to get my stuff out of the trunk?" "Oh, yeah," Brett said. "You probably have a suitcase, right?" Linden gave him a weak smile. "Yes, and I'll take recommendations for a motel, hotel, whatever Snow Valley has." "We don't have any 5-star hotels," Will said, locking up the tow truck and handing the keys to his brother. "Don't need anything fancy, just a bed." Why did she feel like she had to explain to this man that she wasn't a snobby New Yorker from the Upper West Side? "I'm a working-class girl, actually." "They have those in Manhattan, huh?" Will asked, his face impassive. But she detected a note of humor in the tone and words, which surprised her. Maybe she'd just caught him on a bad night. Rescuing her was inconvenient. "What do you do, Miss Adair?" Brett asked, open curiosity on his face. "Please, call me Linden. I'm a makeup artist on Broadway." "Really?" The young man raised his eyebrows. "That's pretty cool." "Followed in my mother's footsteps, so to speak." Her teeth began to chatter. The mountain air was getting downright chilly this late at night. "I'll get your stuff," Brett volunteered. "Hey, Will, can you take her to Reina's? She'd probably like it there." Linden sucked in a breath. "I don't want to put anyone out. There isn't any sort of lodging here?" "There's a small motel on the other side of town, but you'll like Reina's better." "Honestly, I don't want to stay at someone's private home." Brett's eyebrows furrowed. "It's not," he started. Will spoke up to explain. "We call it Reina's because a woman named Reina Kinsella runs the place, but it's a regular bed and breakfast. The Starry Skies B&B. Breakfast in the morning. You'll probably be most comfortable there." Linden tried to give the man a smile, but he turned away for a moment. In fact, she noticed that he had a habit of turning his face to the left quite often. It was odd, and she wondered why. Was looking at her that painful? "A B&B sounds lovely, thank you." A few moments later, Brett appeared carrying Linden's luggage. "I'm putting these in your car, Will. I'll stay here and get the car into the open stall of the garage." Will shot a scrupulous look at the younger man, but didn't speak, just gave a rapid nod and then turned away again. "I can call a cab," Linden said, sensing the unspoken words between the two men. "I don't want to put you out any more tonight." Brett gave a chuckle. "Snow Valley doesn't have a cab service, ma'am." Linden gave a quick laugh. "I should have realized that. Uber?" "One of the teenagers at the high school does Uber, but only on the weekends," Will interjected. "Homework on weeknights," he added. "Thank you for stopping tonight and for rescuing me. Both of you. I'm very grateful." "No problem. It's the Snow Valley way. Will pick you up tomorrow and bring you to the shop. We can assess damages and call your rental car company about how to proceed." "Sounds perfect, but I don't want to put you out, Mr. Baldwin." "I have a district meeting in the morning, so I'm going into work later than usual." Linden didn't ask what that meant. At the moment, she was struggling to keep her eyes open. She just wanted to lie down with a cold cloth on her forehead, take 2 aspirin, and sleep for 12 hours. 2 minutes later, she was buckled into Will Baldwin's red Honda Accord. "Not a pickup truck?" she asked. He gave a low chuckle. That's my other vehicle, currently getting a brake job. The drive only took 10 minutes, and then they were climbing the rise of a hill to the Starry Skies bed and breakfast, situated at the edge of town. The ride had been quiet, the two of them wary of each other, not to mention Linden's onset of deep fatigue and the yawns she tried to smother. A few moments later, Will parked the car in front of a tall, 2-story Victorian house, complete with scrollwork and dormer windows. Cupolas with wraparound windows completed the picture, including a wide porch, rocking chairs, and hanging plants. "Oh, what a beautiful house!" she exclaimed when Will turned off the engine and pocketed his keys. While she wrapped the jacket around her shoulders, he grabbed her 2 bags and lugged them to the front door. "I appreciate your help, Mr. Baldwin," she told him. "If you're Linden, then I'm Will," he said, averting his face once again, busy with her bags. "I get too much Mr. Baldwin all day at work." "Deal." She reached out to shake his hand, and despite the evening chill in the air, his hand was warm, his grip firm and masculine, even though he glanced left toward the shadowy front gardens, purposely not looking at her straight on. His touch and the grip of his fingers enveloping hers sent shivers clear up to her neck and then all the way down to her toes. "Still cold?" he asked, noticing. Something like that," she answered vaguely, a second blush burning at her face. At the front door, Will pressed a code into a box and the double doors gave a faint buzz and a click, unlocking the house for them to enter. Pushing the door open, he hauled her suitcases through the front door while Linden gave a gasp at the beautiful Victorian interior and the heavy carved mahogany front desk. Small cut glass lamps were lit about the hallway. Just off the entry hall lay a front parlor, where couches and ornate tables lay in cozy seating arrangements. She caught a glimpse of a stylized Victorian fireplace, boasting a stunning granite mantel. In one corner, a grandfather clock began chiming the 11 o'clock hour. "Wow, I knew it was late, but this is ridiculous. I'm so embarrassed to keep you out so late when you obviously have important meetings tomorrow. And work. And—" He shook his head, holding up a hand. "I usually stay up late reading work stuff, but I'm sure you're tired, so I'll bid you good night. Sleep well. I'll pick you up about 8. Is that too early?" It sounded dreadfully early when she was used to sleeping until at least noon on her regular theater schedule. He gave a low chuckle, and the sound was unexpectedly warm and friendly. "It is too early. I saw that look in your eyes." She shrugged and gave him a wan smile. "Blame it on the theater. I'm usually not coming home from work until close to 2 in the morning." "Makes sense." "But I've been reversing my schedule the past week so I could drive during the day." "Let's say 8:30. I do have a meeting I need to get to in the morning." "I'm sorry you missed the one tonight, too." He seemed to politely brush it off. "Just had to leave early, right when I was making progress." Linden put a hand to her face as she flushed. If the man had been on a date, that was an odd thing to say. "Oh, does Mrs. Kinsella know I'm coming? I didn't call to ask if there was a room available." "I called and told her she had an unexpected guest. Good thing late September isn't as busy as July or August. In fact," Will paused, picking up a sheet of paper and a key from the top of the desk. "Looks like you're in the hidden lily room. You'll probably see Raina in the morning at breakfast." "Are the guest rooms on the second floor?" "Yes." He paused, staring up at the long staircase. It was obvious the man was eager to get home, but he must have been taught some manners because he finally added, "I'll help you get your bags up the stairs." Without another word, he handed her the key and the B&B info sheet and picked up her luggage as effortlessly as though it weighed no more than 5 pounds. Linden followed him, sliding her hand along the smooth oak banister and fantasizing at the sight of his muscles. Was this guy a bodybuilder or an athlete? His height and trim appearance made her suspect exactly that. Will Baldwin's attraction level was growing higher than she wanted it to be, even with his taciturn personality and obvious avoidance to look her full in the face. At the first landing, she consulted the map under the light of a dim hall lamp. One more flight. Well, actually, it's a half flight. Sort of a partial wing or something from the layout of this sheet. Raina must be more booked up than I thought if she's putting you on the extra floor, Will remarked under his breath. He barely paused while Linden quickly followed to catch up, not breathing hard at all from the exertion. The hallway branched off into 2 directions, and she lowered her voice to beckon Will down to the right wing, suddenly aware of how quiet the house was and not wanting to disturb any other guests or Raina and her family. If the owner was even married. Maybe she was older and retired. There hadn't been a mention of a husband, just Raina. An old-fashioned circular table with a pretty bouquet of lilies sat next to the hidden lily room. This is it. She unlocked the door and swung it wide. Will carried in her luggage and set the 2 pieces down, ducking away from Linden as she turned on the room's overhead light. Backing up toward the door, he said, "I'll see you in the morning." Good night. And thank you." She hurried across the room to see him out, curiosity getting the better of her. The overhead hall light flashed across the left side of his face, which now faced her for the first time. Linden's breath caught. Will Baldwin had a white scar running along the side of his face, from the corner of his eye all the way down to his jawline. Just like the Phantom of the Opera. Linden staggered back into the room and leaned against the bedpost. No wonder Will Baldwin kept turning his face away from her. He had a dreadful scar. But why would it bother him that she saw it? Obviously, he'd had the scar for a while. He went to work every day with it. The scar hadn't marred his rugged jawline or thick, dark hair, or those intense eyes of his. She wanted to drown in those deep ocean eyes of his and see where they took her. Another thought that made her face heat up. Linden put a hand to her throat, attempting to unlock her suitcase. In fact, Mr. Baldwin's preppy slacks, button-down shirt, and professional tie under the fine leather jacket made it obvious the man didn't work on a ranch or an oil field. Although even a Montana cowboy could dress up for a date, she supposed. What in the world would have caused such a deep, uneven scar? Linden was more intrigued than ever. "Mr. Baldwin, you are one enigmatic man," she whispered, closing the door and locking it for the night. Chapter 9. The queen-sized bed was so comfortable, Linden fell asleep almost instantly. She found herself dreaming of William Baldwin, wondering if he'd actually gone home to a wife and 3 kids. He had to be in his mid-30s, so it was certainly possible. The idea was strangely disappointing. She was also curious as to what he did for a living. He certainly wasn't a mechanic like his brother Brett. The telltale signs of attempting to scrub off engine grease from his fingernails gave the young man away. Rolling over during the night, Linden bunched the pillow underneath her, thinking about that shocking scar. What had happened to Will? How long had he had the scar? Why did he hide it? Obviously, he went to work every day, had friends and coworkers. but he appeared to be self-conscious about the scar in the way he hadn't wanted her to see it. Out on the highway, it was easy to hide the injury in the dark, but here in the B&B, he kept turning away. Even so, Will didn't hunch over or mumble like a self-conscious man. Quite the opposite. Another hour passed and Linden blinked awake. The room had definitely lightened from the rising sun. She spotted a clock on the nightstand and threw the blankets off. 7:30 already. Wow. Now that was a short night's sleep. Grabbing clothes, Linden quickly showered and dressed, but took special care with her face and eye makeup. After all, if she was a makeup artist, she had to do her own in a professional manner. Fluffing out her thick auburn hair, she touched it into place with a bit of hairspray. The half-gray sky and distant clouds looked like there might be rain in the forecast, and she didn't want soggy hair. Her stomach rumbled with hunger while she wondered if she should pack up her stuff and take it with her. If her car was easily fixed, she could be back on the highway to Seattle later this morning. Not likely, she said under her breath, unplugging her curling iron. A burst radiator would need parts. What if they had to order them? What if Avis had to send someone out to approve the repairs? Zipping up her jeans and stuffing her feet into a pair of stylish boots, Linden threw a dressy jacket over her blouse. She was ready for the day. Ready for Mr. William Baldwin. Ready for whatever he threw at her. When she opened the door to the hall, the smell of bacon wafted up the stairs. Good grief, the delicious scent made her stomach rumble with hunger. After taking the carpeted stairs, Linden poked around the downstairs rooms, listening for voices until she found the dining area and tentatively pushed through the double swinging doors. The dining room was cheerful and decorated in bright yellows and blues. Small tables clustered in the center of the room, while longer bench tables lined the walls. An enormous picture window overlooked a grassy yard filled with trimmed hedges, wrought iron benches, Victorian lampposts, and a couple of small tables for evening drinks or coffees. A stunning view of the distant mountains was a gorgeous backdrop that stopped Linden in her tracks. "Wow," she whispered. "You must be Linden Adair," a woman's voice said behind her. Spinning around on her boots, Linden found herself shaking the hand of a woman in her early 40s, wearing a casual green sundress and a taupe-colored cardigan. Barefoot. And holding a toddler. "Yes, I'm Linden. Are you Rena Kinsella?" "The one and only. Pleased to meet you. This is my son, Wade Jr. He's 19 months old, 2 in February." "My goodness, he's a doll," Linden breathed in a shaky voice. "What a beautiful baby." A sharp stabbing pierced her right in the ribs. Her chest ached. Her heart hurt with a pain that felt fresh all over again. So strong, Linden reached out a hand to steady herself with the nearest chair. Wade Jr.'s wisps of golden hair reminded her of Abigail's curls, tinged with the reddish hue inherited from Linden herself. "Are you all right, Linden?" Raina asked, quickly setting down Wade Jr. to take Linden's hand in a firm grip, her other arm going around her shoulders. The B&B proprietor was so natural in her friendliness, so unafraid to reach out and touch Linden, that it was startling. They were total strangers, and yet Linden felt as if she could be instant friends with Raina. Tears burned behind Linden's eyes. It's nothing. Yesterday was a rough day. Maybe it's just catching up with me." Raina didn't look convinced, and Linden knew the woman spotted the tears even as Linden fought against them furiously. She was not going to break down crying 2 seconds after meeting the woman, but her arms ached with the loss of her own daughter. The grief and emotions hit at the most unexpected times, usually very inconvenient times. "Thank you for the late-night reservation," Linden added. "I really appreciate it." Thank William Baldwin for setting it up. Those two brothers are wonderful people, very kind and giving. Course, that's the Snow Valley way. This is the best place I've ever lived, and that's saying a lot since I lived all over the country before I got married. Linden blinked at her. She'd only seen the town at night, a sleepy town by all accounts, not much to look at after dark. Raina didn't seem to notice Linden's lack of comment. "I hope the room was comfortable?" "Perfect. Slept like a log," she fibbed, wanting to yawn after such a stressful evening. "But I need another 5 hours, I think. The house is absolutely beautiful, too. Did you renovate it yourself?" The woman nodded, smiling as Wade Jr. toddled off to play with a tub of toys. Raina bustled Linden through the empty dining room and into the kitchen, which was snug and warm and cozy. While she prepared a plate of breakfast for Linden, she explained, "I bought the place a few years ago and renovated and decorated. Then I married the fire chief." Linden raised her eyebrows, watching Raina dish up a fluffy pile of fantastic eggs, a piping hot waffle, and bacon and sausage. "Then I got pregnant at 41 years old. Now that's a change of life, baby." Letting out a laugh, Linden took the offered plate and Raina led her to a nook laid with silver and cloth napkins, and a gorgeous view of the mountains through the bay window. "We'll sit here. It's warmer in the kitchen, the view is great, and the others have all eaten and gone until later this evening." The others? "And then Wade, that's my handsome fire chief, knocked out more walls to create a nursery." "Sounds perfect." Linden covered up her wobbly emotions by taking a big bite of waffle laden with strawberries and real whipped cream. The fantastic taste exploding through her mouth was incredible. "Goodness, this is heavenly. But this cream, if I stay here more than a day or two, I'll gain 5 pounds. Raina grinned. "Tomorrow I'll feed you dry toast and coffee, and we'll go for a 5-mile walk." At first, Linden was startled at Raina's words, then realized the proprietor was joking. No. I'll take this all over again tomorrow. I never eat this good at home." They laughed together and the morning brightened, but Linden was anxious to finish eating so she'd be ready for Will Baldwin's arrival. She didn't want more fury from him about missing another important appointment. Thinking about Will made her curious all over again about what the man did for a living. In his pressed shirt and leather jacket, tie loosened around that exquisitely muscular neck of his. She inwardly rolled her eyes at her silly thoughts, as if she was 13 again. Raina leaned forward conspiratorially and said in a low voice, "The rest of the town doesn't know this yet, but I'm pregnant again. Due in the spring." "Oh, wow! Congratulations." Linden paused. "Is everybody in Snow Valley as open and friendly as you are? It's like we've been friends for years." Hurriedly, she added, "I don't mean that in a negative way. It's nice. I kind of like it. So different from a city full of strangers in New York." Raina laughed. "I'm probably an 11 on a scale of 10, but yeah, Snow Valley is a wonderful place to live. I'd never go anywhere else. Every season is a celebration, every holiday like Christmas. People will give the shirt off their backs for complete strangers." "Unless they miss a very important date," Linden said dryly. Raina cocked her head. "Are you referring to Will Baldwin? He was the one that called to get you a room last night. He brought you here, right?" "Yes, but I'm pretty certain I annoyed the heck out of him. He wasn't happy when he pulled up in the tow truck to rescue me out on the highway. Brett said he had to leave an important appointment." "Last night was Tuesday, right?" Linden nodded, finishing off the last bite of her waffle. Most likely, Will was on his way to see Tyler Parker. Through the Big Brother program, Tyler is a 16-year-old kid who's been in and out of foster homes since he was a toddler. He was a crack baby and struggles with everything: school, relationships, friends, fighting, you name it. That's rough, Linden said sympathetically. How did Mr. Baldwin get involved with him? Will took him under his wing a few years ago. They bonded over basketball and one of those role-playing card games. Tyler's in a better home now. His foster parents and Will are determined not to see him fall into drugs or a gang. Not that we have much of that out here in Snow Valley, but there's a rough high school in the next town over, and the rivalry between the schools can get out of hand sometimes. Just like any town. That's very admirable of him to help the young man. Tuesday and Saturday nights are like gospel to Will. He never misses. I'm sure that's why he seemed on edge last night. I'm feeling guilty now. It's not your fault. Will and Brett wouldn't leave a woman stuck in the middle of nowhere at midnight all alone. I have an idea. If it would make you feel better, we could bake a thank you pie for the man. Huh? Linden wasn't sure she heard correctly. What is a thank you pie? Will's favorite is homemade apple with lots of cinnamon. I have never made a pie in my entire life. Today will be your first pie-making day. I'll help you. But he's picking me up in 5 minutes to go to the garage where my car was towed. Linden pushed back her chair, checking the time on her cell phone. Oh dear, I forgot to tell you. Will called before you came downstairs. He'll pick you up after his meeting this morning. Said the meeting was mandatory and he didn't think there'd be enough time to discuss your car ahead of time. He could have talked to me about that first before just assuming, Linden burst out. Raina's expression was sympathetic, even as she gave Linden a shrewd look. He didn't want me to wake you. He said you'd had a rough night last night. He could have dropped me off on the way to his meeting. I'm fully capable of discussing my car with the mechanics and finding my way back here for my luggage. A gentle smile crossed Raina's face. Honestly, I think it was a matter of wanting to help. Perhaps he's being protective of you so far from home and all alone. I don't even know how to respond to that. I've lived on my own for most of my adult life. Except... She stopped, unable to share her personal life as easily as Raina did. Laying a hand over Linden's palm, Raina softly asked, Why are you more than halfway across the country by yourself, honey? Is everything okay back home? I can't help being worried about you, too. I'm on vacation. An old friend lives in Seattle, and I'm headed there. There's nothing more to it. Why does everybody think differently? I believe you, honey, but who's everybody? We're alone here. Just then, a small cry came from the short hallway on the far side of the kitchen. The sound of Raina's adorable son tugged at Linden's heart so badly her eyes welled up and a lump formed in her throat. By the time Raina returned with her son, snuggling him tight and making him giggle by kissing his neck, a tear had slipped down Linden's face. She hurried to wipe it away, but Raina caught her in the act. What in the world? Raina plopped into her chair. You have to tell me, or else we're making 10 apple pies today just so I can drag it out of you, my dear. Linden laughed shakily, reaching out to run a finger along the little boy's chubby legs. He's precious, she said, fighting against her emotions so hard she bit her tongue. Do you have children, Lindy? Raina asked, her eyes holding an intuition that made Linden feel exposed and vulnerable. A little girl, Abigail. She would have turned 2 over the summer. I am so sorry, Raina whispered. No wonder you look forlorn and distraught. How old was she when she died? 10 months. It was Sid's. Raina closed her eyes for a moment, shook her head, and then reached out to give Linden a huge embrace. I'm so very sorry. I can't even imagine that kind of pain. I'm sure Will sensed it too. Oh, right, Linden said. The man was as stiff as cold molasses. Men, they don't know how to interpret women, but Will's special. And underneath the stern exterior he has to put on for his job, he's a big mushball. Linden laughed, wiping at her eyes. I've never heard someone described like that. Here's a tissue, sweetie, and here is Wade Jr., Raina said, lifting her child into Linden's arms. You're going to hold him and let out all that sad grief while I go get out the flour and shortening. We can talk more while we peel apples. I went out to my favorite apple orchard just yesterday and bought 2 bushels for the B&B. It's fall, which means it's apple pie making season. That was fortuitous, Linden said, putting her arms around Raina's young son and laying her cheek against his warm head, drinking in that sweet baby smell. I'm so glad you ran off the road here rather than in Forsyth or Billings. Here in Snow Valley, much about life becomes fortuitous. Chapter 10. 2 hours later, apple peelings were piled up in the double sinks, spots of white flour scattered across the granite countertops, and 4 apple pies were in the hot oven. These pies will be perfect for a late afternoon snack with tea, Raina commented, sitting back in a chair to rest her feet. An hour earlier, she had put Wade Jr. down for a nap. You serve tea, then? That sounds lovely. Every day from 4 to 6 in the parlor. It's laid out on the buffet. Help yourself. Dinner is on your own, of course, but folks who check in during the late afternoon often love a snack and a hot drink. Thanks for the pie-making lesson. They're not as difficult to make as I thought it would be, but that's a lot of pie. Are you expecting other guests, then? I have a house full, actually. Linden was surprised. But I was alone for breakfast this morning. My other guests are early risers. I fed them about 6 this morning. A television production company is in town for the month. The director and a few of the stars are staying on the landing of the 2nd floor. That's why I put you on the other side of that wing. A television company? They're filming a show here in Snow Valley? Yes, it's like a Hallmark romance. Something about a horse whisperer. So naturally, they need a small town and a couple of ranches. Ian Davies is the local vet, and I think the characters do something with him to deliver a foal or a calf. Raina paused, glancing over at Linden. One of the stars is a young woman who grew up here. Hey, you never told me what you do for a living. Some sort of big executive in Manhattan? Oh, no, nothing that exciting. I'm a makeup artist, actually. I should have guessed. I keep staring at you because you are really beautiful, and the color of your hair is, well, most women would die for that shade of auburn. Do you have your own salon? Linden shook her head. No, I work on Broadway. I do makeup and prosthetics for the stars of Phantom of the Opera, actually. The Phantom is my makeup specialty, if you want to call it that. Raina stared at her in complete surprise. Knock me over with a feather! Tomorrow over breakfast, you must tell me all the details of what it's like to work in the theater. It sounds so thrilling and exciting. Believe me, it's not. I work in a small room down a dim corridor behind the stage, standing on my feet for hours. We're all quite nocturnal. I get home so late it's almost morning. Hard to have much of a life when the hours are the opposite of everyone you know. Raina didn't look convinced. One of these days, I'll actually get to New York and see a Broadway show on Broadway for myself. Meanwhile, Wade and I content ourselves with Snow Valley skits and talent shows at church. Maybe a night out in Billings once in a while. It is magical when the show begins, Linden confessed. The music is so powerful and haunting. The actors and singers are truly superb. Then I do touch-ups during scene breaks or intermission. We learn to work fast, but I do love seeing the Phantom come to life under my fingertips. You're giving me goosebumps, Raina said. Maybe I'll pull out my Phantom of the Opera music and blast it through the house. That organ opening always gives me chills. Hey, I think Will is pulling up soon. He said about 11, and the clock will strike just that in about 10 minutes. Already? Linden tried to brush the flour from her blouse. I need to freshen my lipstick and change my shirt. Raina was amused. You're going to a greasy auto garage, girl, not on a date. Linden laughed self-consciously. In New York, every woman makes sure she's put together before going out in public. Is that all? Raina stuck a hand on her hip as if she knew better. Will Baldwin is a fine man, and he's easy on the eyes, too. Linden laughed. I barely know the man. He wasn't all that friendly despite rescuing me. Raina gave a knowing look. Uh-huh. But I do have one question for you, if you don't mind me prying a little bit. No, I think, Linden said, wondering what was coming. We're joking about flirting with Will Baldwin, but are you married, sweetie? Are you running away from home? Linden felt the air leave her lungs. Maybe you should be a shrink rather than a bed and breakfast owner. There was a moment of silence between them. I can't take my own thoughts anymore, she finally confessed, her throat tight. I was married. Mark and I have been officially divorced for over a year now. He took up with one of the dancers. What? Confusion crossed Raina's face. I'm missing something here. How would your husband take up with one of the dancers in the show? Because my ex-husband is the director of the one and only Phantom of the Opera. Blowing out a breath, Raina shook her head in outrage. If you didn't have this car appointment, I'd say we need to sit down with a cup of tea and have a nice long woman-to-woman chat. That's a lot to unravel. Now I know why you're running across the country. After spending the last year crying, I had to get away. Clear the air, get my head back on, use up several years' worth of saved vacation time, all of the above. Makes sense to me, Raina said with sympathy. Hey, she added quietly, you're a free woman. Director Mark isn't worth it. No real man would leave his bereft wife and have a fling with a dancer. He's furious with me for leaving town this week, Linden said, cracking a smile. Good, Raina laughed. Serves him right. You have a broken heart, my dear, but hearts can be mended. Your heart will carry a scar forevermore, losing your baby girl, but you have so much life ahead of you. I married at 40 and am about to have a second child at 43. Am I crazy? Some people will think so, but not the ones who matter. You'll find the person who really matters, the one you're meant to be with. Here in Snow Valley, we say, keep the faith. God is there for us. He knows your broken heart. He'll lead you. Linden shook her head slowly, wishing it was true, but not sure she could see God's hand in her life at all. If everything had gone as planned, she should be arriving in Seattle by tomorrow. Actually, if everything had gone like it should have, she'd still have a husband and an adorable daughter. Hey, Raina said, giving Linden a shrewd look. The Lord led you to Snow Valley, Montana's best-kept secret. A laugh escaped Linden's lips. This woman was so unlike anybody she'd ever known in New York. A warm light and peace radiated from her. She admired Raina living her dream of running a beautiful B&B, entertaining, cooking, marrying the love of her life, fearlessly having babies at her age. The faint sound of a bell came through the open doorway. The sound of the front door closing. Anybody home? A male voice called out. It's Will, Raina whispered, her eyes sparkling in a teasing gesture. Linden's stomach shot straight up into her throat. I never made it upstairs to change. You look fantastic. Here's your pie. Raina shoved a warm, wrapped apple pie into Linden's hands. Now go take care of your car and don't worry about anything. Who said I'm worrying? All those tiny frown lines are screaming at me. Raina smoothed a finger across her forehead. Why do I get the feeling you would like to be a matchmaker? Linden asked suspiciously. Who's the one worrying about their clothes and lipstick while going to a car repair shop? Linden gave a small laugh and took a deep breath before striding out of the kitchen and down the hall to the front entry. She sucked in air. Will Baldwin stood, larger in life than even in her dreams last night, filling the foyer with broad shoulders while the spicy smell of men's cologne filled the air, making Linden's knees weaken and her head swim. He wore a crisp button-down green shirt and yellow tie, with the same dark brown luxurious leather jacket. Pressed slacks that ended in dress shoes completed the picture of a man very much put together. Wasn't Snow Valley supposed to be all ranchers and farmers and hicks? This guy was disconcerting. Not what she had expected here. Especially when Brett, the disheveled young man, had been clothed in ripped jeans and a greasy t-shirt. Leaning one elbow on the front desk while he cocked his head to the left, Will gave her a tentative smile. Ready, Miss Adair? Please, just Linden. I need to run upstairs to grab my handbag. I'll be right back. She started to brush by him just as Will turned away to shuffle through some magazines on the entry table, turning again to hide his scar. She paused in mid-flight, realizing how silly she looked holding a foil-wrapped pie in her hands. Actually, this is for you. Apple pie. Me and Raina have been baking. The man and his handsome, powerful stature made her fumble her words from nervousness. Even her grammar was terrible. Will took a step back, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise. Wow, this looks and smells great. I love apple pie. It's my favorite. Of course it is, Linden mumbled. Oh, that Raina. The woman had set her up perfectly. Pardon me? Nothing. Linden tried to smile, but she knew the attempt probably came off looking stiff and weird. I'll be right back. But here, pie. Enjoy. She took the stairs 2 at a time, fighting back a peculiar buzzing in her ears, a slightly faint feeling that made her wonder if she was swooning. She hadn't swooned over a man in years. How embarrassing. When she got to her room, she shuffled through her suitcase and put on a fresh blouse, brushed her teeth quickly, spritzed perfume, checked her hair, and grabbed her jacket and purse. She was back down in 5 minutes while a puzzled Will broke off a piece of the pie's crust. He quickly straightened at her appearance. I have to ask, why are you giving me a gift? I thought you were upset at me last night. Me? I thought you were mad at me for ruining your evening. I was at first, but I got over it. Oh. Will had a way of keeping her on her toes, or knocking her off her game. So the pie is a thank you gift. Raina mentioned that's what people do in Snow Valley. They do pie. Will chuckled. I see. Snow Valley does do that. What do they do in New York if they want to thank someone? Lunch, work favors, maybe flowers depending on what the appreciation is for. My Phil, used to send... She broke off, her stuttering worsening when she realized with horror what she was about to say. Never mind, doesn't matter. We're simpler folks. Pie is always good. They stood staring at each other in the hallway for a moment. and all at once Raina came running through carrying another wrapped-up apple pie in a tin plate. "For Brett." "Oh, yes. Right. Good idea," Linden said. "Shall we go? I really need to figure out my car situation." "And I need to get back to work," he agreed with a nod, moving past her left side to open the door, still hiding his face. "But I thought—" Linden broke off, not understanding, figuring he'd been at a work meeting that morning. "You certainly have mysterious appointments and meetings." Without replying, he deftly moved through the door and held it open on the other side so he could remain at her left. Linden stepped through onto the wraparound porch, passing a couple of rocking chairs and tubs of wilting flowers. The spring season was certainly gone now, and there was a definite chill to the mountain air. She turned to face him, accidentally bumping into his broad, rock-solid chest. She almost placed her hands on his chest, that crisp shirt, then quickly lowered her arms, face burning, hoping he hadn't seen the subconscious gesture. He gave her a quizzical look, and Linden took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, but I can't keep pretending any longer," she finally said quietly. "This is ridiculous, Mr. Baldwin. I know you have a scar on your face. I saw it last night in the upstairs hall. I'm sure you think it looks bad, but I couldn't care less if your face is scarred. Heck, where I work, I put scars on people every single day." His jaw dropped at the confrontation. Behind him in the doorway of the starry skies, Raina's jaw dropped too, and she gave Linden a puzzled look. Groaning inwardly, Linden put a hand to her forehead, ashamed of her words, as if she were making fun of him by mentioning the scars she put on actors. Her words probably made no sense at all, either. It was extremely poor taste and horrible judgment to have brought up the subject. A strange expression crossed Will's face. Hurt ran through his eyes along with embarrassment. Even his jaw twitched with the insult, as if he were trying very hard not to say something he regretted. The yard was filled with a sunshine that was much too bright, lighting the world in sharp angles and making Linden blink. All she wanted to do was run back into the B&B and hide under her bed. Instead, she spread her hands in a helpless gesture. "I didn't mean to be so abrupt. I'm so sorry. Okay, that sounded bad. It was really stupid of me to bring it up. Obviously, I stuck my entire foot into my mouth. No, make that both feet. I guess I'll have to bake another pie to ask for forgiveness." "Please don't," Will said with an edge to his voice. "I wouldn't want to put you out." "It's not. Truly, I didn't mean anything by it. I am sorry. I am," she added for a second time, her voice turning into a whisper. Linden tried again to plead her apologies, but Will was already down the steps of the porch and striding to his car. He opened the door for her, waited until she slid into the bucket seat, and then practically slammed it shut behind her. Well, maybe not slammed, but he did close the door with a bit more oomph than was needed. Chapter 11. The Honda Accord seemed smaller than she remembered from the night before. Will was so close, right there, mere inches away. Linden could have brushed her hand against his fist that gripped the gearshift. He pulled the car around the circular drive of the B&B and headed down the sloping hill to Main Street, passing neighborhoods of homes on the way. "Will, Mr. Baldwin?" she began again, more softly, trying to infuse her voice with sincere humility, trying not to be a brash New Yorker. "I'm truly sorry if I offended you. Honestly, I didn't mean to embarrass you or humiliate you. I feel terrible if I did. It wasn't my place to say anything. I shouldn't have brought up a topic that's none of my business." The car slowed at the top of the hill before the downward descent into Snow Valley, and Will paused at a stop sign, looking both ways for traffic. His jaw flexed, and Linden figured he was furious at her. No, livid. She continued at a hurried pace, trying to make things better. I deserve a tongue lashing. Actually, the thing is, I'm a makeup artist. I do scars for a living. It's the truth. I'm not making this up. I work on Broadway for this little show called The Phantom of the Opera. Maybe you've heard of it? Okay, I'm sure you have. Everyone's heard of The Phantom of the Opera, right? So, for the last 10 years, a decade, I created the big scar on Phil Stevens. That's the name of the actor who plays the Phantom. He's terrific and a fabulous talent, and we always joke about it. But your scar is nothing. It's small, barely noticeable. I like scars. They have character, dignity. Scars show a person's history, their real life, or bravery, overcoming odds. Linden knew she was babbling now, talking way too much, saying stupid, unnecessary things. Would she ever learn to just shut up? Turning the steering wheel, Will pulled the car off to the side of the road, close to a stand of giant cottonwoods, their yellowing autumn leaves a bright gold color in the morning sunshine, and put the car into park. Linden let out a small gasp at the beauty of the town situated just below. She could see the charming main street with little shops and hanging flower pots on the street lamps, pretty neighborhoods along with a sea of ranches and cattle in the distant outreaches of an expansive green valley. Will twisted in his seat, staring at her full on without speaking. Linden took another breath to finish her apology. I need to tell you, to make you understand, I have no... He reached out to cup her face with both of his strong, warm hands, pulling her close to him, so close she could feel his warm breath on her cheek. Just shut up for 2 seconds, okay? He whispered gruffly, his magnetic blue eyes capturing hers. Linden tried again, her voice softer. I'm sorry. I was just trying to explain my background so you'd know where my poor choice of words came from. He stared into her eyes with his intense ones. Still holding her face in his strong hands, he said, I can only take so much apology, Miss Linden Adair. Linden's heart pounded fast and furious, and she couldn't quite catch her breath any longer. His eyes were so beautiful, his jawline so smooth with a fresh shave, she wanted to run her palm across his cheek to feel his masculine skin. When his fingers began to play with a strand of her hair, she found herself reaching out to lightly touch the dark brown strands of his soft hair curling around his neck. What was happening here? This man's close proximity, his hands in her hair, and the anticipation of those perfect lips on hers was almost more than Linden could bear. When he shifted slightly in his seat, Linden reached for the sleeve of his leather jacket, wanting to slide her hands inside, but holding herself rigid, restrained, both thrilled and terrified. Mr. Baldwin, she whispered. What is... She stammered, just as his head bent toward hers and his lips pressed softly against her mouth, those warm hands bringing her face even closer to his. The kiss was gentle, warm and tender, but also soft and sensuous. Oh, dear heavens, Linden thought, her heart in her throat. His lips were better than perfect, and he tasted so good. She wanted more and couldn't help herself. Her lips parted slightly as the kiss became more intense, but he continued to kiss her gently, as if she was an exquisite treasure to be cherished. Despite the stillness between them, the quiet in the car, the insane thoughts running through her mind, Will Baldwin's kiss was crazily passionate, more romantic than any kiss Linden had ever experienced. Her entire body turned into a puddle of limp goo while his left arm slid along hers, and then his hand reached inside her jacket to tug at her waist and bring her closer. Linden closed her eyes as he tasted her, kissed her, and then broke it off, almost as quickly, leaving her breathless, her mind spinning. When she opened her eyes, their foreheads were still touching, and her chest heaved with an inexplicable desire for this man. What was that? Linden whispered, her voice hoarse. She was so overwhelmed by the unexpected passion he'd just shown that she couldn't speak a single coherent word. His face was still close, a glance flickering over her features as he studied her, as though memorizing her. "What just happened, Miss Adair?" he said, his smile turning into a wry grin. "I've been wanting to do that ever since last night." "Last night?" she echoed. "But I thought you hated me." "I wanted to get you out of my mind, but it didn't work." Linden wanted Will Baldwin to kiss her again, just like he'd done a moment ago. Instead, she confessed, "Me too. Instead of forgetting about you last night, I dreamt about you." His arm rested on the seat behind her head, his left hand still at her waist. Her senses were on high alert. He was so close. And, oh, good grief, he smelled so good. His teeth were so perfectly white, and his lips. Linden couldn't stop staring at his mouth. He chuckled at her dream confession. "Linden Adair, you are the most beautiful creature I have ever seen." She widened her eyes. "I haven't heard a compliment like that in a long time." He raised his eyebrows as if he didn't quite believe her. "Well, that's a crime then. You should hear it every single day." He paused for a moment. "I didn't want you to see my scar and feel sorry for me. Most women do. They can't stop looking at it, commenting, asking questions about whether I can get it removed or fixed with plastic surgery. Drives me crazy. So I guess I wanted to hide it from you for as long as I could." "But I..." He placed a finger on her lips, stopping the words from spilling out again. "I know. You love scars. You adore scars. If you could, you'd put a phantom scar on the right side of my face, too." A laugh burst from Linden's throat as she stared into those ocean blue eyes of his. This man had a sense of humor after all. She loved it. A shiver ran all the way through her, bursting through her chest, lighting her up like a lovely morning sun. "What's happening here?" she finally whispered. "Last night was so... I'm confused." He nodded slowly. "When Brett called, I thought I was rescuing some old lady. And when I saw you standing on that highway, that gorgeous hair blowing in the wind, and heard your cute Brooklyn accent, I couldn't think straight. I figured I needed to push you away, but I didn't want you driving out of Snow Valley today and never seeing you again. I figured if I kissed you, I'd get your attention. Or a slap on the face. Either one would be better than never seeing you again." "Wow," Linden breathed. "Good thing I only slap men who get too handsy." "I didn't know how feisty you might be, especially after we started off on the wrong foot last night. But I had to take a chance." "I'm glad you did, Mr. Baldwin," Linden admitted softly, a teasing note in her voice. "But where do we go from here? I may be gone by tonight, and I don't plan on ever coming through Snow Valley again." "Will you give me, and Snow Valley, at least one day Maybe 2? He added hopefully. I didn't want to take you to get your car out of the shop. I want you to stay stranded in Snow Valley for a little bit longer. This was the only way I knew to tell you that. She gave him a slow smile. Your communication certainly got my attention, Mr. Baldwin. I suppose I could stay for an extra day or 2. I'm on vacation, right? I'll give you the grand tour on our way to the garage. Just answer me one question first, please. Just one? He asked with a smile. I'm sure you'll have many more questions than just one. She swatted his arm, taken aback by how intuitively he knew her already. Please tell me you're not married. Will shook his head in a slow, serious gesture. I'm not married. Never? Never. He touched a warm hand to her face. I promise that's the truth. And I promise never to lie to you. The tight rock of anxiety in Linden's chest relaxed. I figured you had a hot date last night, or on your way home to a hot wife, and that's why you were so annoyed by having to rescue some stranger. He leaned back to gaze at her. Did Raina tell you all my dark secrets? Not all of them, she quipped, hoping he didn't get upset that 2 women had been discussing him. Of course, I'm sure you're much older than I am, she added with a teasing lilt. Will I be accused of robbing the cradle? I'm 36. Actually, I'm 34. And never married? He asked. I find that hard to believe. You're stunning. And from your rambling apology, pretty funny. A genuinely sincere heart behind that Brooklyn swagger. I don't swagger. I can't resist teasing you. Linden's throat swelled with the fear that her emotions would get the better of her. No, I'm not currently married, but please don't ask about my past, she whispered. Almost a week ago, I left it all behind, and I wanted to stay in New York. At least for a while longer. He nodded slowly, not frowning, not arguing, not pressuring her, although a little disappointed. Of course. While I try to hide my physical scars, I can see vulnerable scars hiding in the depths of those remarkable green eyes. That's very poetic. English was my minor. I like to read the classics. Linden swallowed hard, pressing her lips together to hide her trembling. I'm not sure you want to know what my scars are, she said softly. He pressed her hand between his to reassure her. After that kiss, I'm not letting you out of Snow Valley so easily. And now we'd better go see about a certain vehicle. She nodded without speaking, her heart still fluttering inside her chest. Putting the car into gear, Will drove down the hillside and through the first intersection, waving at the man in the Chevy truck sitting at the other red stop sign. Snow Valley in the autumn. Enjoy the yellow and orange colors of the cottonwood trees. This town celebrates every holiday, and I swear they make up new holidays every year just so they can have a party. I kind of like that. Main Street was decorated with pumpkins and hay bales. Colorful scarecrows hung from the lampposts next to the dying summer flowers in their pots. The town cafes were adorable, and a couple of shops looked interesting. Artisan's Knack carried vintage clothing, while another one was called Rodeo Drive Boutique. The flower shop had barrels of wildflowers out in front, and the public library's brick building boasted Snow Valley Public Library in gold letters, next to patches of lawn and benches for reading. Signs for the hospital appeared, as well as Dove's Grocery and a set of brand new condos down a side road. Linden stared out the windshield when they passed the stained glass windows of Snow Valley Community Church. The church's marquee read, Need a lifeguard? Ours walks on water. She laughed. Snow Valley has a sense of humor, huh? We used to have contests over who could come up with the best sign. Linden gazed at him. What are some of the past signs? You honestly want to hear? He gave a small laugh. All right, let me think. This church is prayer conditioned. Or, when life gives you more than you can stand, kneel. Linden was thoughtful, thinking about how, in the first few weeks after Abigail's death, she truly couldn't stand, collapsing to the floor, collapsing on her bed, her entire life collapsing all around her in the blink of an instant. Her grief over Abby was the worst thing she'd ever gone through. With a husband who complained about her weeping and stayed at the theater for longer and longer hours. As if sensing her sudden melancholy, Will laced her fingers tight in his own and pressed a kiss on the back of her hand. One of my high school students came up with this one a few weeks ago, he said. Compared to Satan, Voldemort is a kitten. Linden turned in her seat to stare at him. What do you mean, your high school students? As in, you have children of your own in high school? I look old enough to have high school students of my own? I didn't mean to insult you. Actually, just the opposite. You don't look old enough. He made a left turn into Martin & Son Garage, speaking under his breath. Guess it's logistically possible that I could have a 16-year-old if I'd gotten married right out of high school. So you are married then? Linden was trying to follow the man's innuendos. The thought of Will Baldwin married gave her a sinking sensation. Why didn't he wear a wedding band? I hate when men in show business leave their rings at home. It's unfair to the women around them, especially flirting married men. No, I'm not married. I was telling the truth. Trust me, Linden. I'm not just flirting with you or vying for a one-night stand. Maybe I should amend that to a one-day stand, he added with a quick grin. Secret children hiding in the attic? Like those teenagers who create slogans for the church marquee? Will gave a belly laugh. No children, but I'm in charge of a few hundred every day of my life. Juvenile probation officer? Linden joked. She wanted to see his amazing smile again, hear that deep chuckle that sent chills down her spine, making her ribs tingle and her toes ache. I guess Raina didn't tell you that I'm the Snow Valley High School principal. You're a principal? Linden laughed out loud. For the high school? Okay, that explains everything. You help teens in trouble, you wear a tie to work every day, and you have meetings in other locations besides your office. I'm guessing a school district meeting? Yeah, he broke off when she continued. Which also allows you flexible time on the way back to school after said district meeting to take a lost woman to a garage to pick up her car. I'm impressed, Miss Adair. That's your real name, right? Of course. Why wouldn't it be? Maybe you have a stage name to cover up your legal goofy name, like Penelope Snodgrass. Just call me Miss Snodgrass from now on, then, she said in a pretentious, haughty voice. Hey, I don't need a stage name. I'm never on stage, remember? Strictly backstage in the dark, making the famous people beautiful. Or ugly, as the case may be. Are you saying that men with scars are ugly? Never. Only phantoms. You aren't a phantom, are you? Not the last time I checked. Of course, she added thoughtfully. That dangerous phantom can sure kiss a girl with passion while carrying her down into his dark dungeon. I've seen the stage show a few times, after all. He laughed at that, and Linden liked to hear how happy it made him sound. Then Will gave her a wink. Guess I'll have to practice my kissing while carrying fainting women down into my lair. Anybody you know want to volunteer to be my practice woman? She shook her head. You are incorrigible. I'm as real as it comes. Hey, I deal with reality every day during my job. Want to see the high school later? I do mean a tour. We got it all. Baseball diamonds, tennis courts, a full-size gym, brand new lockers, a real science lab, and a half-decent small-town band. Who needs to live in a big city when they have Snow Valley? Linden mused. Can we do a private tour after hours? Or will you make me eat the cafeteria lunch? Don't let Miss Benway, our school cafeteria specialist, hear that. Gripping the steering wheel again, Will let out a deep breath, as if holding himself back from kissing her again. Their entire confrontation had turned on its head and done a 180. The sizzling sensation Linden had been feeling ever since they met last night wasn't all one-sided. But nothing could come of this, she reminded herself. There wasn't anything more in their future other than some flirting and then parting ways forever. First things first, Will added in a husky voice. Your car. My car, Linden repeated with a short nod, while she tried to focus on the task of calming her racing heart. Chapter 12. They arrived at Martin & Son Garage just before the lunch hour. The place was busy, people picking up their cars or dropping off. A line of vehicles waited for oil changes. Once they were at the front desk, Linden caught sight of a pretty young woman leaning against the far wall of the waiting room, staring straight at her. She was startled, but the woman was a complete stranger. A second later, Will called out to the young woman. Hey, Hope, how are you? Fine, Will, the girl replied in a bland tone. Know where Brett is? Haven't talked to him since last night when we towed in a vehicle. Linden Adair's car, actually. Linden, meet Hope Curtis. Hope, Linden Adair. Will turned to Linden, explaining, Hope is Brett's girlfriend. Fiancée, Hope said firmly. Remember, Will? I swear men pay no attention, she added, almost to herself. Unless it's some hot woman they've never seen before walking down the streets of Snow Valley. Will lifted an eyebrow at the girl's exasperated tone, which she emphasized with an eye roll. I do remember that Brett proposed a month ago. Calling you his girlfriend was habit. I apologize. Have you chosen a wedding date? Brett and I don't talk wedding plans very often. Linden watched the conversation with a certain morbid curiosity and wondered why the girl seemed irritated, or why she was staring at her so meaningfully. Next spring, Hope said briefly. Probably May, just like Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. You waiting for him right now, or is the car in the shop too? Will asked. Brett promised me lunch out today. There was a moment of tension while Hope pushed herself off the wall. Linden admired her slim leggings and cut boots. The young woman was about 22, shoving her hands into the pockets of a cute green sweater with rows of buttons. Hope's eyes ran up and down Linden's clothes and figure, settling on her hair and makeup. The expression in her eyes flickered, and Linden couldn't figure out what in the world was going on inside this woman's mind, or why she was staring daggers at her. Next, the woman with the nameplate of Candace Martin called out from the front desk where she was taking payments, handing out keys, and writing up orders. Linden stepped forward. I'm here about my car, the blue Altima that was towed last night. Oh yes, got the order right here. Our mechanic Ronnie worked on it this morning. As you probably know, the radiator blew, and your front fender is pretty banged up. Deer must have hit it, or else it just smashed up when you went off the road. Probably road burn on the way into that gully. The deer didn't hit me, or rather, I didn't hit the deer. Good thing, or Mr. Baldwin might be visiting you at the hospital if it had come through your windshield. Both Brett and William told me the same thing last night, Linden said with relief. Close call, especially after dark on a strange highway. When Brett's name came up again, Hope took 2 steps closer, eavesdropping, but Linden tried to ignore her. Having to get body work doesn't sound good, Linden said. Takes time, doesn't it? It can take a lot of time, but good thing you didn't try to drive the vehicle, actually. Without fluids, you might have blown the whole engine. Cracked it good. Linden lifted her eyebrows. That's bad, I take it. Very, very bad. Expensive up the wazoo. You have your rental paperwork from Avis, right? Linden nodded. I'll call them and see if I can get a replacement car right away. Beside her, Will flinched, but didn't speak. From the corner of Linden's eye, she watched Hope's lips turn up into a smile, as if happy at the thought that the new chick might be leaving town soon. I already have a phone call into them, Candace told her. They're sending out an adjuster to assess the damage and let us know if they want our shop to do the work or tow it somewhere else. Or total it. The older woman gave a small shrug. It happens. At least you're completely covered insurance-wise, Miss Adair. Avis can probably bring you a car later tonight. Tomorrow morning at the latest. Candace gave her a receipt for Martin & Son, stating that Linden was leaving the car in their possession until the adjuster arrived. I pulled the rental paperwork out of the dash pocket. Linden felt herself blush. Guess I forgot to do that last night. Just let a couple of strange men drive off with my car. A chuckle escaped Will's throat. You were sitting beside me on the drive back to town. True, Linden said primly, giving him a small nudge. Would you like to check the car for any other personal possessions that might have been left inside? We didn't find any, but for peace of mind, please go look. The car is around back. I've never rented a car before. Never owned a car either. Hope stifled a giggle. She had seated herself on one of the chairs along the wall and was flipping the pages of a magazine. Candace smiled. That's unusual, especially out here in the West. New Yorker here, we take subways, taxis, or we walk. Gotcha, makes sense. Candace smiled at her sympathetically. I'm sorry one of our deer interrupted your trip. Better than a moose, Will added behind her with a straight face. Candace grinned and nodded emphatically in agreement. The car is around to the right. Have a safe trip home, Miss Adair. Thank you for your help. Linden stepped aside for the next customer and nearly stepped on Will's toes. You heard all that, right? Yup. I'm sorry about all the hassle, but Avis will get you a car pretty quick. They want happy customers. They won't charge me, will they? No. Accidents happen. That's what the insurance is for. That's a relief. I'm blowing all my savings on this trip. Not a very fun trip, Will said with sympathy. Maybe some parts could be defined as fun, Linden said, thinking about the phenomenal kiss they had shared only an hour ago. She tried not to roll her eyes at herself. Good grief, she was in her 30s and flirting like a high school girl. What part of the trip was the most fun? Will asked, egging her on. Linden tried to suppress a smile. Making my very first apple pie, she teased. When she punched him lightly on the arm, she spotted Hope staring at them, her mouth slightly open. Shouldn't you be at the high school doing principal things? Hope asked, blinking her eyelashes. Mr. Baldwin has been kind enough to bring me here to get my car, Linden told her. He and your fiancé Brett were very kind to rescue me last night. Please tell Brett how much I appreciate it. Before Hope could say anything else, Linden gave a nod to the young woman and exited through the glass doors to find the Nissan in the lot. The car was unlocked, the keys dangling in the ignition. She checked the front and back seats and the trunk, but they were empty. I'm sorry this has turned into such a pain, Linden, Will told her. How about some lunch to fortify us? Hey, you two, a male voice called. It was Brett, coming around a side door and wiping his greasy hands on a rag. Let's all do lunch. I think Hope is supposed to show up soon. I'm right here, Hope said, striding forward from the parking lot. And you promised me lunch alone. We were going to talk wedding plans. I know, Brett said, but it's not every day you get to have lunch with a movie star. Movie star? Hope narrowed her eyes. You mean her? Yeah, she's from New York. On Broadway, right? I'm not a movie star, Linden said quickly. Broadway is completely different, and I am never on stage. Behind-the-scenes makeup artist, that's it. Nothing fancy. Except big, ugly scars, Will said under his breath, his warm breath tickling her hair. Beautiful scars, Linden quipped in return, desperately wanting to feel his strong arms around her again. Hope let out a cough, gazing at them in astonishment. A foursome, Brett said, grinning. Big C's burgers. You're treatin', big brother, right? Will laughed. You don't have to twist my arm, but I only have 30 minutes. I do have to show up at school sometime today. Honestly, I don't want to put anyone out, Linden said, wondering how awkward it would be to have lunch with Brett's fiancé. Hope wants to be alone with her husband-to-be. You have to go to work, Will, and I have phone calls to make. She waved the rental paperwork in the air. Her arguments didn't hold sway, and before she knew it, they were piling into Brett's pickup truck and driving down Main Street to the cafe, barely a 2-minute drive. After ordering their food, Linden excused herself to freshen up in the ladies' room. When she swung through the door, she was surprised to see that Hope had followed her. I'm sorry about me and Will honing in on your lunch, Hope. I honestly didn't intend this to happen. She plunged ahead, throwing off caution of saying the wrong thing. We haven't met before, have we? No. Hope flipped her honey-colored hair over her shoulder, her grip on her shoulder bag tightening. Except you were with my fiancé last night, driving in the dark, alone. Nobody does that with Brett except me. I think you have the scenario confused. Yes, Brett found me and my car off into a ditch, but I drove back to town with Will. I'm not sure I believe you. Brett can't stop talking about you. Hope's tone was sharp, but doubts began to flash across her face. It was difficult not to be thrown off by this young woman. I'm an honest person, and I'm just passing through town. Please believe me, I am not a threat to you. Hope bit her lips, swinging her handbag nervously. Brett kept talking about how beautiful you were, like you were a famous Hollywood actress or something. Far from it, honest. Hope crossed her arms over her chest. What's with you and Will, anyway? Nothing, Linden said vaguely. Oh, yeah? I see the way he's looking at you, and you looking at him, almost like you're a couple. But you just met last night, too, didn't you? Linden thought about fibbing her way through this one, but decided to be honest with the young woman. We are not a couple, but I do have to admit that I'm attracted to him. Not at first. Well, yeah, at first, I guess. But it was very tense last night driving into Snow Valley. Brett called Will away from an important appointment to bring out the tow truck. Understanding dawned on Hope's face. Yeah, last night was Tuesday. He meets up with his foster kid. Well, not exactly foster, but you know what I mean. All the kids in the high school like him. He can be tough, but he's always fair. And he's helped so many through the volunteer program he's with in Forsyth. Linden was puzzled. What's Forsyth? The next town to the west toward Billings. Super small like Snow Valley. He sounds like a generous and selfless man, Linden said, liking what she was hearing. Guess that's why he's the principal. Hope played with the handle of her handbag in a nervous gesture. You know, it's hard not to be jealous of you. When I saw you today at the garage, after hearing Brett talk about his heroic rescue, all I wanted to do was run you out of town. Snow Valley is a special place. And I'm a big city girl who doesn't belong, Linden said quietly. The young woman shrugged. Hey, it's a free world. You can go anywhere you want. I'm leaving as soon as I can. Now let's go eat before the guys think we're having a cat fight in here. Hope actually laughed at that. Their conversation must have settled something in the young woman's mind because on the way back to the table, she asked, "Hey, can you show me how to blend your eyeshadow like that? You must know a lot about makeup if you work for stage shows." My mother started teaching me her tips and tricks when I was a teenager. She used to do the makeup for the show Cats for years. She's one of the best on Broadway. Wow, really? Hope breathed. I saw that show on TV a long time ago. Your mom, huh? Cool. Linden slid into the booth next to Will, taking a sip of her vanilla Coke. She sat enjoying listening to the conversation until their food arrived. Big C's cheeseburger was the best she'd ever eaten. Thick, juicy, and filled with a mouth-watering grilled flavor. "This is to die for," she murmured. "Try an onion ring," Will said, pushing his basket of thick, deep-fried rings closer to her. "Do you want me to gain 5 pounds in the next 15 minutes? "At least you'll die happy," he said with a grin. "Hey, before I forget, let me know if you have any trouble with the rental car company. Here's my phone number." He jotted it down and pushed the napkin over to Linden, who eyed it, tore it in half, and then wrote her phone number on the other half. Brett spoke up. "You meeting up with that television show today, Will?" Linden lifted her eyebrows, munching slowly on one of her french fries. "Raina Kinsella was telling me about some production company in town, filming a series with the horse whisperer and a local vet." "Word gets out fast," Will said. "Yeah, they got set up last week. They had auditions for extras and the drama club tried out. Many of the students got parts, me included. They twisted my arm, but they wanted a bunch of cowboys or ranch hands roaming in the background." Linden held up a finger. "Wait a minute. I thought you were the high school principal. Now you're a drama teacher? Have I landed in the Twilight Zone?" Will laughed at that. 3 times a week, the drama students meet as a club after school. That's when we practice the annual play." "What's the play this year?" Linden asked, shaking her head at the busy life this man was leading. "And how big is your high school?" "About 350 kids, for the 4 grades. It's a pretty close-knit school." "Makes sense if you all come from a close-knit town." "We're stretching our wings by doing The Crucible this year. Reading through the script gave us time to have some great discussions on peer pressure, hysteria, honesty, and a town torn apart by suspicion." "And now you're an extra for the television production company?" Will quirked an eyebrow. "Keeps life fun and interesting." "And here I thought you were just a stuffy, uptight man last night." "Just call me an enigma," he said softly. "Like your phantom." "Ooh, touché, Mr. Baldwin." Hope rolled her eyes at their blatant flirting. "Do you two need some alone time?" she quipped. Linden blushed and moved a few inches away from Will, who had been moving closer and closer to her all through the meal. Their thighs were smack dab together on the cushioned booth bench. The last 24 hours was making her head spin. Thank you pies, confessing her life story to Raina, flirting with a man she hated last night, getting kissed by the same man, and now innuendo metaphors from a phantom lover? Barely a week ago, Mark was trying to stop her from going on the trip and kissing her too. That encounter seemed like a bad dream now. How could she ever have thought she still had feelings for her ex-husband after the way Will had kissed her? There was no comparison in the known universe. "Ask Linden to go to your drama club meeting," Brett suggested. Linden almost choked on the last of her soda. "What did you say?" "I was already thinking about it," Will agreed. "Would you consider coming and speaking to the drama kids?" "But I'm not an actress." "Maybe not, but for Snow Valley kids, you're the next best thing. You watch the pros on stage every night. You know what goes on behind the scenes. The club would be thrilled to hear all about how a Broadway show works." "And," Will said, "I would be thrilled too. I'll even let you do a makeup demonstration on me. You can give me a big ugly scar." Very funny, but I'm leaving town if I can get a replacement rental car today, Linden protested weakly. Will's face fell. True. Our club doesn't meet until tomorrow afternoon. It's been very nice meeting you all, Linden went on, glancing around the table at Brett and Will and Hope. Thank you for lunch, and thank you for rescuing me last night, but I need to get on the phone about my car. That's my cue to get back to work, Will said. Me too, Brett said. Midweek is always a race to stay on target at the shop. For some reason, folks always want their cars back as soon as possible, he joked. Go figure. And hey, thanks for lunch, bro. Brett Owens slid out of the booth, and Hope caught his hand as they waved goodbye and departed. The bill came at the same moment, and Will was ready with his credit card. When the waitress hurried away with it, he turned to Linden, gazing into her face with a sudden, shy smile. I want to think there's something big happening between us, he said in a low voice. Or am I imagining it? Chapter 13. Have I landed in Brigadoon? Linden wondered aloud. Did you ever see the movie or the play about the town in the Scottish Highlands that magically comes to life once every 100 years? Will raised his eyebrows. Wow, I haven't heard a reference to Brigadoon in years. Maybe our drama club should perform that next year. Snow Valley reminds me of Brigadoon. This place is almost surreal. Friendly, charming, and quaint. Well, except for Hope, who was giving me daggers when she first saw me at the shop. She's young and jealous of any girl who even glances at Brett. She'll get over it, Will added. But I don't want to talk about them. It's been a long time since I met a woman who shared so many interests with me. Linden didn't speak for a moment, forcing herself to glance away from his mesmerizing eyes. But it's all a fantasy, isn't it? I live 2,000 miles away. I'm a big city girl, and you're a small-town man. Although an extremely intriguing small-town man, I must admit. You sure you're a big city woman? He asked. You seem 1,000% more relaxed today than last night. There's a calmness in your demeanor despite being stuck with people you've just met. Stuck without a car. Late for your rendezvous in Seattle. I have to call Jane and tell her I've been delayed, Linden sighed, a flutter in her chest at how much the world had opened up to her the past several days. Most New Yorkers think the world revolves around us, Manhattan. While I've been driving across the country the past week, I've learned that's not true at all. I can breathe. Huge gulps of fresh air for the first time in a decade. I slept like the dead last night. That's why this place feels like Brigadoon, a magical world where all your dreams come true. I'm not dead, am I? Or are you Gene Kelly? She asked, referring to the lead actor in the well-known musical. Grasping her hand, Will pressed it between his two large hands, which were warm and comforting in a way that Mark never was. Mark almost never held her hand. He was too hyper, too busy, too distracted all the time. You are very much not dead. You feel very alive to me, Miss Linden Adair. She smiled at him. That's a nickname I don't hear very often. It suits you perfectly. He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed the back of it. And now, milady, I must bid farewell and get back to my kingdom to earn my paycheck. Let me guess. Last year the drama kids did Romeo and Juliet? He winked at her. The lady is very perceptive. They slid out of the booth, lunch receipt and credit card back in hand, and headed out the door, standing on the sidewalk staring at each other. I don't want to say goodbye, Will said, touching her cheek as he opened the car door for her. I suppose high school principals can't play hooky, she said with a smile. I've never been this tempted before. We could go up into the hills for a drive to see the fall colors, take a hike, make out under a pine tree." "Mr. Baldwin," Linden said, feigning shock, "you must keep your emotions in check. Over at the Starry Skies, we're living in the 19th century, don't you know?" she teased. It didn't take long before he was dropping her off at the B&B. Linden unbuckled her seatbelt and unlatched the door. "Please don't run off on me, Linden," Will said. "Give me a chance to talk to you when I'm done with work. I know you're just passing through town, but I hope you'll give us a chance, even if it's just for a day or two." "Will, He gently took her by the shoulders, gazing into her eyes. "You don't have to respond now. Just think about it and we'll talk soon. I'll call when I'm done with the kids and appointments and paperwork. Keep me posted on any issues with getting a new vehicle delivered. Let me know if I can help." "Thank you. I will." She got out of the car and gave him a brief wave, watching him drive back down the hill. Linden's heart was in her throat. Would she see him again before she left town? Would it matter? It hadn't even been 24 hours since they'd met. He was a very nice man. He was obviously talented and generous with his time and resources. He loved his students, and the two of them had more in common than she would have suspected last night. If he lived in New York or she lived here in Snow Valley, it would be a no-brainer to want to see him again and get to know him better. But life was often not fair. Her insecurities rose up, thinking about all the past relationships that had failed due to the man not actually being the person she thought he was, or the man she'd hoped he was. Was that their fault or hers? Perhaps she wasn't a very good judge of character. Every man had walked out on her just when she'd thought there was a future. And then when she thought her future with Mark was a done deal, he treated her like his inferior, breaking every vow he'd made to her. The pain of infidelity had never healed. Maybe it never would. Linden's insecurities rose inside her chest, making it hard to breathe, to think clearly. Perhaps it was better to leave town before anything went further with Will. She didn't need more heartache. She needed to heal. Just like Mark Denley, Linden needed to wash Will Baldwin out of her hair, out of her mind, and keep picking up the pieces of her life to figure out where she truly belonged. Where would she be happiest? Backstage of the Phantom of the Opera? In Seattle with Jane? Or here in Pseudo-Brigadoon, a charming town of enchantment? Finally shaking the fictional world out of her mind, Linden strode inside the bed and breakfast, pulling out her cell phone. Raina had left a note on the front desk for her. "Grocery shopping while Wade is fixing the shed out back. Help yourself to anything you need. The house is yours for the afternoon. My other guests don't arrive until later in the evening." Linden lifted her head. She could hear the faint sound of a hammer ringing in the quiet afternoon. Settling into the parlor, she pulled out her phone and a notebook, sending a text message to Jane first. "I've landed in a small town in Montana with a broken-down car. The deer on the road won. I lost. In the process of getting a new car. Keep you posted on my timeline. So sorry if I've ruined any plans you've made." Jane responded quickly. "Oh no. Owning a car can be a pain after living in a place where transportation is available everywhere and anytime. Welcome to the Wild West. Took the baby to the doctor this morning. Just a cold. Probably better if you're delayed, actually, because we don't want to get you sick. Have fun. Be safe. Hugs and kisses." The car rental company in Billings was next. After an hour on the phone with various managers and the road service department, she was told she couldn't get a new car for at least 2 days. The airport rentals were out of vehicles, and tomorrow's incoming were already promised to other customers coming in on planes. She was doomed to the perils of a small population. Besides, they couldn't spare 2 employees to drive the vehicle out to her. The manager said, "If the car is fixed soon, we recommend you continue to use the Nissan." "Are you serious?" Linden asked. "This would never happen anywhere else. If you were in Chicago, we could get you a car within a few hours, but I'm afraid in Montana we're limited. Our next biggest location is Idaho Falls. We apologize, ma'am. Please keep your hotel and meal receipts for reimbursements. We'll be in touch with the shop and pay for the repairs directly to them." After scribbling down a number to stay apprised of the car repair and the rental timetable, Linden hung up. "Welcome to backwoods America," she said with a sigh. Feeling unsettled, she wandered into the kitchen. The apple pies smelled wonderful, cinnamon still hovering in the air. Stuffing herself with dessert was tempting, and before she knew it, Linden was indulging in a piece of pie after warming it on a plate in the microwave. Slowly, she ate the pie, bite by delectable bite, practically groaning in ecstasy while gazing through the picture windows at the golden colors streaming like yellow ribbons on the hillside. Washing up her plate and fork, Linden daydreamed about Will Baldwin. That kiss this morning. That kiss! Tingles shot through every one of her limbs at the memory of his hands cupped around her face, the warmth of his body, his hand tugging seductively at her hip. Dang, the man knew how to kiss a girl. She wanted more. His touch was thrilling, his deep voice mesmerizing. Still, she didn't know much about him. He'd never married, but what relationship baggage did he carry? Why hadn't he ever married? Was Will not willing to commit? Was he a workaholic? Or was it about the scar he carried for all the world to see? If other women rejected him because of that, they were crazy. Linden held a hand to her chest. What was she doing thinking about a future with Will? She had to get back to real life, the real world. The smog and dirty streets of New York. The dark backstage world. The uncomfortable moments when she had to deal with Mark. Emotion pricked at her throat. Did she have to be content with mediocre working conditions under her ex-husband? There were lots of other shows to work at. She just needed to apply. Grabbing her laptop, she settled into the parlor at the roll-top desk, switching on the cut-glass lamp while Victorian draperies dripped along the floor. It was an odd feeling to be sitting in a tiny town in the wilds of Montana, filling out online forms for makeup artist positions needed for Wicked, 42nd Street, and Les Miserables. There was even Chicago, Aladdin, and Anastasia, plus Jersey Boys and The Lion King. She had plenty of excellent references for her work, too. As head makeup artist for The Phantom, Linden knew Phil would give her a glowing report. The question was, should she write down Mark's name and contact info? She really needed her director listed on the applications, but would he give her a fair reference? Her ex-husband was still ticked off that she'd left the city without telling him about her trip. As if she owed him. Mark had actually sent her a couple of texts wondering where she was on the lonely highways of America. She gave one-word responses. She could practically hear his frustrated sighing through the phone, which made her laugh and press down on the gas pedal even harder. When her cell phone rang, Linden practically jumped out of her chair. Her heart pounded. It was already 4 o'clock. Long shadows stretched across the rear gardens of the house. She didn't recognize the number, but it was a Montana area code. "Hello?" she asked, wondering if it was Martin and Son Garage calling about her vehicle. "Hey, Lindy," came a smooth, husky Montana drawl. She recognized him immediately. "Will." She barely got his name out before she was out of breath, her stomach in her throat. It was like she was a schoolgirl again getting a phone call from a boy she had a crush on. I'm dying to know if you're still in town, Will said, his voice sending shivery thrills down Linden's neck. It was hard to concentrate on my students and teachers this afternoon, picturing you driving to the Idaho border. I've been sitting in the parlor at Starry Skies filling out online applications to change jobs, work a different show on Broadway. I wasn't expecting you to say that. Why are you applying for a new show? She laughed. Well, I need a job so I can pay my rent and buy groceries. He gave a low chuckle. I mean, why would you quit the Phantom of the Opera? It's complicated. Linden's voice trailed off, not wanting to admit the truth. I think this is a topic we need to discuss in person, not over the phone. Does that mean I get to see you again? I think I can squeeze you into my packed schedule, she teased. I'd regret very much not getting to know you, he added. I'm hoping you feel the same way. Sighing silently, Linden let out the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. When she heard his words of wanting to know her better, she was surprised at how much she wanted to hear him say it again, and how much she kept thinking about their time together earlier that day. After this morning in the car, she stopped, her face burning, unable to speak the words. Okay, I'm embarrassed to say it out loud. I feel like I'm 16 all over again. I like hearing you flustered, Will chuckled. Did I do that to you? You know you did, you beast. Linden lowered her voice, her words coming out in a breathy whisper. I'm not sure I've ever been kissed like that. Are you satisfied now? I need to kiss you again just to make sure I wasn't dreaming. And I want to kiss you again while not in a car with seatbelts and traffic. I want to take you in my arms properly. There was a pause while Linden tried not to drop onto the fainting couch in the parlor corner. And then after that small pause, Will asked, Speaking of cars, what's happening with your rental? Well, Montana is a sparsely populated place, Linden replied. Avis can't get a new car to me for a few days. The airport in Billings is clean out of vehicles. I'm stuck here. All expenses paid, of course. That's the best news I've heard all day. What are you doing for dinner tonight? Lunch wasn't enough? Linden asked with a laugh. Not nearly. I want to get to know you, and we only have a small window of time to do it in. It's a fortuitous window, though. Brett might have gone into town and brought back the tow truck with someone else, which means I never would have met you at all. Do I need to make you a second apple pie? He laughed. I still have the first one, but we could eat it together for dessert after dinner. Okay, deal. Are there any places in town that aren't hamburger joints? We'll go into Forsyth to a great steakhouse. Good pasta. I'd make you dinner, but I'm not the world's greatest cook. I never go to a man's apartment on a first date anyway. Ha! Smart dating rules. Linden shrugged on the other side of the phone. My goodness, I haven't had a date in, let's just say, ages, years. There was a smile in Will's voice. I kind of like knowing that, actually. Working nights does that to a person. No social life. You lead an interesting life, makeup artist girl. Get ready, Mr. Baldwin. I'm bringing a questionnaire with me. I've been forewarned. Fitzgerald's has live music on Wednesdays. Make sure to bring your dancing shoes. Chapter 14. The steaks turned out to be superb, cooked to a rare perfection. Oh my gosh, this is delicious, Linden said, closing her eyes at the last bite. As good as any steak in New York's finest. How big is this town? A walloping 3,000 residents at the last census. Linden laughed. She took the last bite of her mashed yams with melted butter, pecans, and brown sugar. If I keep eating like this, I'll be rolling like a blimp into Seattle in a few days. At the mention of Seattle, Will's expression turned sober. He placed a hand over hers, and she wondered what he was going to say. But he ended up not saying anything at all about her imminent departure, even though they had talked nonstop through the meal, exchanging stories about their growing-up years, college, and careers. At one point, they'd discussed his grad work in education at Columbia in Manhattan, naming restaurants they had both patronized. Favorite things in Central Park, including their love of the Natural History Museum and the Metropolitan Museum of Art. "You're practically a New Yorker even though you only lived there for 2 years," Linden told him over dessert. "Who would have thought that the most beautiful woman in New York would be sitting across a dinner table from me now? That I'd be falling for a woman from the Big Apple when it's been a decade since I lived there." Linden tried not to turn red from the compliments. New York is a big, mysterious place. "Let's dance," Will said now, rising to help Linden stand and walking her to the small wooden dance floor. "They close in about 45 minutes. A 3-piece band was playing soft, romantic country music with a flair of banjo, piano, and guitar. "We'd better hurry," Linden said with a smile. When Will pulled her into his arms, Linden's heart practically jumped out of her chest and hit the ceiling. He was the perfect height for her 5'8" with heels. She was wearing skinny jeans and a yellow blouse with delicate lace trim along the collarline. Her hair fell across her shoulders, and Will ran a finger through the soft auburn curls for a moment, before bringing her closer to that muscled chest underneath his crisp blue shirt. He held her hand in a firm, sure grip as he led her around the floor in a slow 2-step. "Ooh, a man who can actually dance. You have many talents, Mr. Baldwin." "My mama made sure to give me dance lessons when I was 13 so I didn't step on your toes. Snow Valley has a dance or a ball at every holiday, either at the church or at the high school gym. Since I'm the principal." "You get roped into chaperoning a lot of dances," Linden finished for him. "Very intuitive of you, city girl," he said with a grin. Twirling her under his arm, Will brought her in close. His hand was on her lower back, his fingers resting in the groove of her spine, with an intimacy that made Linden shiver, his other hand lacing her fingers close to his chest. Dancing in his arms was exciting, his body warm and protective, the smell of his skin intoxicating. "You're pretty smooth, Mr. Baldwin." He gave her a relaxed smile. "You're easy to dance with. You must have had lessons, too." "Tap and ballet as a kid, just like every kid with a mother in show business. I pick up dance steps pretty easily." "Our next dance is the Halloween Masquerade Ball, the weekend before Halloween. My drama kids want to dress up like the Masquerade Ball costumes from Phantom of the Opera. Coincidentally enough." "That is a coincidence." They were so close now. Linden could feel his warm breath against her ear, wondering if he could also sense her heart pounding against his chest. "I can't seem to get away from that show. It's ruled my life for the last decade now." "That's a long time. Will you stay a few more weeks and dance at the Masquerade Ball with the Phantom you discovered in Snow Valley?" "My, you're a cheeky phantom," she whispered. "First, I get stranded for days waiting for a vehicle, and now you want an entire month." "Never hurts to ask," he said, lowering his head to kiss her hair behind her ear. "Think about it." "Last dance," the lead singer and guitarist called out. "Gonna be a good one, so hold your honey close, boys." "Linden," Will whispered, maneuvering her around the other 3 couples dancing nearby. Would it be impossible to ask if you'd consider visiting my drama class tomorrow? She pulled back for a moment to stare at him. Seriously? Um, I guess. Okay, but I've never put together an official presentation for a group of high schoolers. Doesn't matter. They'll have 1,000 questions for you, I promise. I guess as an alternative, I could spend the day eating apple pie at the Starry Skies, Linden teased. So in the interest of not gaining an unwanted 10 pounds, I'll come. If you have any of your tools of the trade with you, bring them along. The kids would love to have a demonstration, too. I already told them about you. A damsel in distress on the highway. Linden swatted his arm, and Will swept her around the dance floor one last time as the last notes faded away. Speaking of 1,000 questions, I have some for you, Mr. Baldwin. My life is an open book. He walked her back to their table to retrieve their coats and Linden's handbag. She didn't say anything until they said goodnight to the restaurant proprietors and returned to the car. I think there's a Dairy Queen nearby, he said, starting up the engine and turning on the heater. Should we share a blizzard? Linden nodded, nerves fizzing up her throat as she thought ahead to the conversation they were about to have. A conversation that was essential after all the romantic moments they had shared all day long. A few minutes later, they were sitting in the parking lot, taking turns spooning up the salted caramel truffle blizzard from the giant-sized cup. Feels like we're teenagers again, sitting in the car eating ice cream, Will said, handing her the extra spoon. Brain freeze. I haven't had one of these in years. There aren't many Dairy Queens where I live in Brooklyn. Linden gazed through the windshield at a night blanketed with stars, a perfect silver moon rising above the distant mountains. Home feels very far away right now. Picturing my tiny apartment is surreal, and yet it's barely been a week. Montana is starkly real, as if the world suddenly became extra 3D, the colors brighter, nature up close and personal. He gave her a soft smile. I think you've been bitten by the magic of the Wild West. Linden handed back the blizzard, laughing at her numb lips from the cold dessert. It's cozy being with you, safe. I haven't felt like this in a long time. Usually I'm overtired and scrambling and afraid of running into... Linden stopped, realizing what she was about to say, painfully aware that she hadn't told Will about ex-husband Mark yet. To realize that I'm so far away from my entire life gives me such a strange sense of relief. I never expected that at all when I began this trip. I never realized just how stressed I've been. I'm glad, Will said softly. You deserve it. Before he could ask her more about her life, Linden quickly said, Okay, you ready for your 20 questions? She was such a chicken, afraid of what he'd think of her. Do you have an official questionnaire for me to fill out? No, Linden said, smiling at him. But I could create a spreadsheet if that made you feel more at home. I'm sure Excel is your best friend in your office at the high school. More like best headache. He gazed at her, locking eyes, his expression straightforward and honest, as if he had nothing to hide. Shoot. Hit me with both barrels, woman. I want you to know that you can trust me. Linden's heart hitched inside her chest. Okay, here goes. I know you said you weren't married, but I have to ask again. Have you ever been married before? Even a long, long time ago? He shook his head. Nope. Still never married, just like this morning. Just haven't found the right woman yet. Surely you've had some serious relationships. He leaned back into his bucket seat. Sure, sort of. But like you said, it's hard to talk about. Hard to admit when we fail at a meaningful relationship. And most women do freak out a bit about my scar. Makes me look a little frightening in photographs. Fear squeezed at Linden's chest, words bubbling up in her throat. Good grief, I'm so sorry. I think that scar gives you character. I'll just pretend you got it in a fight with 5 guys. And won, she added, giving him a grin. Okay, before I lose my nerve, I have to tell you the truth about my sordid life. I've been purposely vague. It's hard to confess the details about the last few years. Will turned a worried glance at her. I won't force you to say anything that's uncomfortable, but I want to know more about you. I can hardly take my eyes off you when we're together, and I want to know the woman inside that beautiful body. Now you're making me blush. Linden took a deep breath, willing herself to say the words, hoping they didn't scare him off, but knowing she had to take the plunge. The director of Phantom is my ex-husband. Will let out a choked surprise. I didn't see that coming. How long has the director been your ex? Almost 18 months. Why did you divorce? Came the next awkward question. The inevitable question. It's complicated. Difficult. A frown appeared between his brows. Difficult because you're still in love with him? No! Linden burst out. No, not at all. Will's next question was loaded with emotion and frustration. Do you fall in and out of love easily? A sob caught at the back of Linden's throat. That's not fair. You don't know me at all if you could ask that. Will grasped her hand. I'm sorry. That was unfair. I apologize. I'm not trying to impugn your character. I was just caught off guard. Never expected you to say you'd been married before. With your beauty and personality, I was fairly sure you'd had a lot of boyfriends, but not a husband. Linden tried to choke back the hurt of the past few years rushing over her, like it did every single day. Why couldn't she just get past the horrible chapter of her life with Mark Denley? Beautiful women are a dime a dozen in New York. I'm nothing unique, believe me. Perhaps I'm not the woman you were hoping for. My past may just get in the way. Linden, I never meant it like that. Many men think exactly that. They don't want a woman who's been married before. I won't blame you. Just let me know now so I can leave without regrets. She braced herself for what might come next. Would he say goodbye or ask her to stay? Tell me more about how you met him, Will asked quietly. How long were you married, and why aren't you still married? His name is Mark, and yes, he is my director and 10 years older than me. I should have known better, but I was still fairly naive when it came to serious relationships. And in love with the power and excitement that came from being a famous director's wife. Unfortunately, we rarely spent time together. The play, the stage, everything when it comes to the show took precedence over relationships. When I was almost 30, I told Mark I wanted to be a mother. I thought perhaps having a family would bring him home more, bring us closer. Will nodded, gazing at her. I can understand that. But then it took 2 years to get pregnant before we had our daughter. Her name was Abigail. Linden paused, fighting the tears and the hard knot in her stomach. And Abby died 6 weeks before her first birthday. Oh no, Linden. He groaned in surprise. I'm so sorry. What a tragedy. Will lifted her hand to gently kiss the back of it while tears spilled down her face. I had no idea I was asking you to talk about something so painful. We can stop, right here, right now. You don't have to tell me anymore. This is my fault to pressure you. No, I have to tell you, but it does get worse, Linden said, her voice trembling. I found Abby in her crib and wished I had died with her. She was my everything, the true love of my life. I had no idea that being a mother would be the most important thing in the world. The grief was so painful it seemed to suck my soul dry and shred my heart into slivers. And Mark couldn't handle it at all. Our marriage fell apart. We had no relationship, hardly spoke, blamed each other. And then he began an affair with one of the dancers. Probably more than one, but I never wanted to know the number of women there might have been. By this time, Linden's tears were spilling down her chin and she tried to wipe them away, hoping the dark would hide her vulnerability. See, I'm a mess. Spoiled goods. Unstable. Broken. Gathering her up in his arms, Will placed his big warm hand on the back of her head, kissing her hair, whispering words of comfort. Cry all you want. A woman's tears never bothered me. It's when they scream insults and hurl profanities that I can't take. If you've never been married before, you're not interested in a hardened city girl with a volatile ex-husband and a dead child. Will tilted her chin, forcing her to look up at him. His finger brushed away her tears. Don't ever say that again. None of those things are your fault. Your director sounds like a Class A jerk, and that's putting it mildly. I couldn't care less about him. I mean, he's not going to follow you to Snow Valley, is he? No worries about that, Linden said, shaking her head. New York is the be-all, end-all of his world. He barely goes to Jersey Shore for a beach vacation once every 5 years. Glad to hear it. Problem solved. Will's face turned thoughtful in the glow of the moon slanting through the windshield. I think God has a plan for each of us. There's a reason you landed in that gully outside of Snow Valley. You didn't think that about 27 hours ago, Mr. Baldwin, she teased. I distinctly remember that I was a major inconvenience last night. He gave her a sideways smile. I'm a man that's willing to change his mind about life's interruptions, especially when those interruptions come in such great packages. Oh, you, she said with a shaky laugh, drying her eyes and tear-stained cheeks with a tissue she dug out of her handbag. There was a moment of silence as Will gazed at her under the moonlight, and then his head lowered, and Linden's laughter was suddenly covered by his soft, warm lips on hers. Tender, romantic, tugging her lower lip between his in a way that sent her soul to the moon. Linden wanted to climb into his lap, but the gear shift was in the way. Her legs shook from the powerful longing she felt when Will Baldwin kissed her. After a few more kisses that grew deeper, the windows steaming from the cold outside, Linden finally broke away. I think I'm drowning, she said, her breath heaving. Drowning? Will asked in a husky voice. I'm already 10 feet underwater. What's the secret in your kisses, Mr. Baldwin? I've never been kissed like this before. This strange and magical power with this man both confused and exhilarated her. I figured you were putting the spell on me, he said, still in that husky voice of his. All right, you, she said, attempting to get her heart rate back to normal. You never answered the rest of my questionnaire. Your wish is my command. I'll even take you to Seattle if that's what you want, but can you wait until fall break? He added. Honestly, I'd take a week off tomorrow and drive you there myself if it meant spending more time with you. The clock is ticking away the hours until you leave. Snow Valley High can get along without me for a few days. Oh, but as an educator you get summers off, don't you? Well, I teach swimming, and summer school kids who are failing classes. My goodness, what don't you do? I've never had the opportunity to get married or have a family. And honestly, this might sound strange coming from a man where the male species isn't supposed to admit they want to commit to a woman and raise kids, but I really want that before it's too late. It's never too late. He gave her a smile. That's true. Even if I'm too old, I could always adopt. You have a deep soul, William. Linden placed a hand against his cheek, finding herself tracing the raised white scar along the left side of his face, running from just below his eye to the bottom of his ear. He shivered under her touch. Nobody wants a scarred man. That's ridiculous. I can barely see it. 10 years ago, it was larger and redder, and people usually winced when they saw me, even though they tried very hard not to show their discomfort. You honestly think that's why women have rejected you? A decade ago, the first and only girl I asked to marry me told me that straight up. She made no bones about the fact that my face made her uncomfortable. I have to admit, it wasn't pretty. Why did she even date you then? We were high school sweethearts, Will said slowly. I wasn't scarred when we first met, but things began to fall apart after I spent a few weeks in the hospital. I was partially deaf in my left ear for a while, too. It began to dawn on her that I might be ugly and disabled forever, and that's not what she wanted. Just like the enigmatic phantom hiding in the dungeon of the theater. Good grief, how awful, Linden told him, leaning in to press a kiss along the scar. Some people can't handle it. Mark couldn't handle my grieving. He let out a frustrated sigh. I stopped thinking about her years ago. She married some rancher and moved to Helena. It's almost like a bad dream now. Is it selfish or weird that I only want you thinking about me? Linden admitted. Last night we were practically enemies, and now I can't bear for you to drop me off at the B&B. My head is spinning, and thinking about leaving Snow Valley is making me sad, but I have no choice. My friend Jane is waiting for me. Will traced her lips with his thumb. It's the secret of a kiss. Our kiss. We always have choices, Lindy. But I have a job, an apartment, a mother who wants me to visit her every week. And Linden's voice broke. My daughter is in New York. I can't even imagine that part of your pain, he said, shaking his head with compassion. But apartments and jobs are easily replaced. Linden lifted a saucy eyebrow. You don't know my mother. I know your heart, and your baby is there. But I won't ask you to do anything you can't. That's a promise, and I'm here any time you need me. You're a good man, Mr. Baldwin. And you, Linden, your beauty and goodness shines through your heartache. Give us some time and we'll figure this out. No pressure, other than I hope you're willing to let whatever is happening between us continue as we figure this out. Relief swept through Linden. Thank you, Will. I needed to hear that. I'm trying to trust myself again, and trust you. I don't want to be afraid, but it's harder than I thought it would be. I believe in you. He brushed the strands of her hair away from her eyes, staring into her face while he put the car into gear. Since you're going to be around for another couple of days, can I make a date with you for tomorrow afternoon at 3? He shot Linden a teasing glance. She quirked her lips. Let me guess. Drama club. You're a darn good guesser, Miss New York. Chapter 15. The next afternoon, 30 kids stared at Linden when Will introduced her as a makeup artist on Broadway in New York City. Straight from the Phantom of the Opera, Will said with a flourish. Take it away, Ms. Adair. One girl raised her hand right away. Is Mr. Baldwin joking? She asked. You really work on Broadway? Linden nodded, glancing to the rear of the classroom where Will was sitting on the edge of a desk in the back of the room. His hands were placed on either side of his muscular thighs, blue tie swinging, casual business jacket open to his pressed shirt. He looked so good. Linden had a hard time focusing on the students. Half of her brain was daydreaming about sliding her hands inside his jacket to wrap her arms around his waist, while she inhaled his masculine scent and he brushed his lips against her hair. Instead, she forced her eyes away from him and cleared her throat. I trained with my mother, actually. She's been a makeup artist for the theater since before I was born. I cut my teeth on eyeshadow and lipstick. Before I was in school, my mother took me with her to work. I loved the lights, the music, the costumes. The actors were larger than life. Of course, everyone was larger than life when I was 5 years old, she added with a grin. I'd hate to go work with my mother, someone called out. Yeah, Linden laughed. It doesn't sound so fun, does it? I'd haul my toys and stuffed animals with me in a big Disney bag, but I never played with them. I ended up sitting on a stool in front of the giant mirror lit up with those big bulb lights, fascinated by the transformation my mother performed with her palette of makeup and brushes. She could turn an ordinary person into a cat, or a robot, or a princess, or a werewolf, or a devil, or a phantom. How do you make somebody a cat? Another girl with long dark hair asked. There's a Broadway show called Cats, where all the actors play different kinds of cats living in an alley in the big city. They prowl around the stage in cat suits, slinking and dancing like you would imagine cats do. And my mother turned their faces into cat faces with big eyes and whiskers and wigs. Look up the show on your computer sometime and you can see what the makeup artists do. Every single night they create that transformation on the actors. It's pretty amazing, really. Cats has fantastic music, too. Anybody here ever seen a show on Broadway? Everybody shook their heads no, but a few murmured that they had seen a few stage shows on television. Broadway shows aren't just a play with actors saying lines, but there's a lot of music. Dramatic, heartfelt music so the actors aren't only gifted actors, but they're amazing dancers and splendid singers too, with gorgeous, powerful voices. Did your study mainly consist of tutoring from your mother then? Will asked. Blinking in an attempt not to get distracted by the man, she smiled at the teens in front of her. I also went to a special school to learn more once I graduated high school. But when I was in high school, I began experimenting at home with various techniques. The lighting on a stage is different from being outside in natural light or fluorescent lights in a building or store. Stage lights wash out our color and make us look very pale, so the makeup is always heavier and thicker because you want the people in the very back of the theater to see the actor's eyes and expressions more clearly. Which character do you work on in The Phantom of the Opera? Isn't the storyline about regular actors and actresses doing a stage show? Linden nodded. That's true, but there's a scene with a masquerade party, and it's fun to do the makeup on them because the end result is definitely more dramatic and outrageous. And they wear those fancy, glittery masquerade masks to hide their identity at the ball. We're having a masquerade ball for Halloween, a couple of girls called out. Will you do our makeup for it? Linden laughed. I won't be here for Halloween. That's almost a month away. But Mr. B said you're on vacation for a month, a tall young man said from the left side of the room under the windows. You gotta stay in Snow Valley. All the parents are dressing up too. Chatter broke out among the students as they all began to talk about their costumes and the upcoming holiday. I'm sorry, but I have a friend in Seattle I'm supposed to be visiting, Linden said weakly. The students were so enthusiastic it was hard to disappoint them. Another called out, Snow Valley is a good place to vacation. We'll get snow soon, and you can go snow skiing. And you can hike in the mountains. Ah, stay, groaned several voices. Will stood up, cutting through the multiple conversations. Go back to the original question of which specific character you create on the set for Phantom, Ms. Adair. Linden gave him a grateful smile. Actually, I've been the makeup artist for the Phantom, the star of the show, all these years. His name is Phil Stevens, and he's a very talented man. I developed a technique using rubber and plastics along with special effects makeup to create the Phantom's scarred face. I turn him into a hideous monster under the white mask he wears. Christine, the girl he secretly loves, is shocked when she finally rips off the mask at the end of Act 2. It's actually one part a tragic love story and another part a beautiful true love story when Raoul rescues her from the Phantom's lair. Multiple conversations broke out again while Will stood up and walked up the main aisle of desks. "Ms. Adair has a special treat for you today." Linden rose, nodding. "That's right. I'm going to demonstrate how I create the Phantom Scar." The students sat up enthusiastically while Linden unpacked the supplies she needed and laid them on the front teacher's desk. "Mr. Baldwin, why don't you be our guinea pig?" Linden suggested. Will immediately protested, holding up his hands and taking 2 steps back, but Linden wouldn't let him get out of it. She grasped his hand and put him on a stool one of the boys hauled over from where it sat in the corner by the supply cabinet. Just touching Will's hand made Linden's stomach whoosh straight up to her throat. The reaction she had to this man was disconcerting. Linden tried not to get nervous or betray her feelings toward him while she wrapped a plastic drape over the principal's shoulders to protect his clothing. "This is the stuff I used to create the temporary prosthetic," Linden said, mixing the paste powder and water. "I'm going to put my scar on the right side of Mr. Baldwin's face, and then you can compare the 2 scars and judge how realistic mine is." Biting at her lower lip, Linden whispered to Will, "I hope you don't mind me saying that. I'm not trying to embarrass you." "Because it's you, I don't mind," he whispered in return. Using her small spatula and fingers, Linden placed the soft, rubbery mixture on his face, running it from the corner of his eyebrow down to the edge of his jawline. Her heart pounded from his nearness, his warm breath on her cheek. For a moment, Linden grew dizzy from his closeness, dying to touch him, dying for him to touch her, kiss her. It had almost been 24 hours since he'd kissed her goodnight after their dinner the previous evening. Blinking her eyes to focus, she caught Will trying not to grin, as if he knew what she was thinking, as if he was thinking the exact same thing while he stared at her lips. "While the stuff is still pliable," she said, raising her voice so everyone could hear, "I use a combination of my fingers and these various fine-tipped tools to shape the scar, blending it right into the actor's skin so it melds together and doesn't look like it was dropped on top of his face like a cheap Halloween makeup job." After a few minutes, the scar's shape appeared under Linden's skilled fingers as she captured the final details of a jagged scar. Noises of appreciation came from the watching students. One girl actually got up from her desk and walked closer. "That's incredible," she breathed. "It looks so real." "That was the first part. Thankfully, this specialized rubber dries fairly quickly, so the actor doesn't have to sit in the chair for hours before the performance." "Is it finished?" someone else asked. "Nope. Now I add a skin tone foundation and the details of pink and white shading so the scar looks several years old. Like this." Using cotton swabs and her fingers, Linden added the texture and color to the scar, indenting the scar as if the skin had actually been cut at one time and then healed. "Should we give our Phantom some dramatic eyes now?" The students clapped their agreement and Linden worked quickly to finish so the class time didn't run too long. When she was done, she stepped back to gaze at Will straight on. Taking a comb, she fixed his hair, slicking it back with gel and hairspray to give it a wet look. He winked at her, and she widened her eyes to admonish him to stop flirting. "Future actors and actresses of Snow Valley High School, I give you the Phantom of the Opera," she said with a flourish. Enthusiastically, the class clapped their appreciation while Linden handed Will a mirror so he could see himself. He sat back in surprise. "Whoa, That's amazing. I never expected it to look so authentic. So creepy, too. Of course, after this dries on my Broadway phantom actor, I place the white mask over his face to cover the scar. He wears that for the first half of the show before revealing his scary self to Christine, the girl he's madly in love with. It's called the big reveal when she rips it off to expose him. "Hey, Mr. B," a young man said from the center of the classroom. "Tell us the story of your scar. You could be the Phantom and not even need makeup." A titter of laughter rose through the room, and one of the girls primly said, "That's not very nice." "He knows I'm just kidding," said the boy. "It's a cool story." The other kids joined in, and all at once, the room began to chant, "Tell us, Mr. B." Laughing, Will finally rose from the stool, flexing his jaw to test out the scar on his face. "Hey, does this thing come off?" "Of course," Linden told him. "After 2 weeks." Will gave a big laugh, staring at her straight-faced expression while a couple of the girls gasped. "She's kidding," Will told them. "Right?" he added, turning to Linden with a wink. "You'd better be kidding." She lifted an eyebrow, surpassing a grin. "The floor is yours for storytelling. Please do take it away, Mr. B," she teased, throwing out her arm in a dramatic gesture. He held up his hands. Okay. Once upon a time, I was a gangster. I fought with the head honcho of all the other gangs in Snow Valley after school was over. Each day we'd pick a different alley in town, hoping to be the ultimate winner. "Snow Valley doesn't have any alleys," someone snickered from the back row. Will put a finger to his lips. "Don't give away the story. I need to make this dramatic. So, this bad guy and I had fist fights, knife fights, you name it. I was the one who chased the drug gangs out of our town. One day, the leader of the other gang challenged me to a duel. They used to do that in the olden days, you know. Just ask Mr. Hamilton, one of our country's forefathers from 1789. Linden tried to suppress a laugh at the outrageous story, shaking her head. "You mean a gun duel?" a girl asked, skeptically. "Duh. What do you think?" the boy next to her whispered loudly. "Who won?" she asked next. "You should ask who lost," Will said. "Hamilton lost his life to Aaron Burr, who was the Vice President of the United States at the time." "What?" The class was outraged. "The Vice President had a duel and killed Alexander Hamilton? Whoa, did he hang for murder?" They wanted to try him for murder and hang him, but eventually the charges were dropped because it was a consented duel. But Hamilton's death ended Aaron Burr's political career. Back then, the entire country was the Wild West, even in the eastern states, although duels go way back to European traditions. Long-time feuds often turned into duels when somebody was insulted. It was how they saved face. And yet somebody usually died, unfortunately. Linden heard murmurings of, "That's crazy." Will spread his hands and gave the class a hang-faced look. "When the rival gang leader challenged me, I had to save face too. It was a tame fist fight until the gang leader cheated by pulling out a knife and flicked open the blade. He sliced me from my eye right down my face, almost took off my ear. Deafened me for months. My nickname was Scarman, until I became Mr. Baldwin, principal of Snow Valley High School, that is." The class laughed and hooted, knowing he was joking. "What did the other guy look like?" somebody called out. "I sent him to the hospital for 6 months, of course. Hey, don't forget, I grew up doing rodeo. Man, I was tough as nails. I could ride and wrangle a 2,000-pound bull to its knees and tie him up like a turkey ready for roasting." The students laughed, and Linden found herself giggling along with them. She had no idea Will had this other side to his usually serious and professional nature. "My record-breaking time to ride that bull was 15 seconds, Will added. "Nobody has beat that since. Not in the entire country." The class roared now, knowing that was pretty much impossible. "What's so funny?" Linden asked, completely ignorant of the rodeo experience. Will leaned in to whisper, "A cowboy tries to stay seated for at least 8 seconds to get a score. Anything much longer than that is a miracle." "Mr. Baldwin's stories put mine to shame," Linden said in a louder voice. "You have yourself a real hero in your principal." "Now tell us the real story, Mr. B," a quiet, dark-haired girl said. "The real story of your scar?" "Hey, Felicia, you don't need to hear that," Will said with a self-deprecating laugh. "I'm all heroed out. Isn't Scarman and Gangster Leader good enough for you? Let's get back to reading our script for the Crucible." "Oh, come on, Mr. B," the students cried out again. Linden loved seeing the easy rapport between them and Will. The cry for the real story continued to grow, and finally the principal raised his hands in defeat. "It's a simple story, and I'm sure your moms and dads have already told you." "I've never heard it," Linden said, folding her arms across her chest and giving him her best schoolmarm look. "That's not fair," Will said under his breath. "You're too hard to resist." Turning back to the kids, he said, "Okay," and stared down at the floor for a few moments. "When I was going to the university in Billings, I used to come home during the summer and volunteer as a Boy Scout leader to help with the summer Scout hikes and camping trips. I was an Eagle Scout, after all," he added with a wink. "Last day of Scout camp, we hiked into a slot canyon to rappel down the cliffs." Linden noticed that Will's voice shook ever so slightly. She didn't think the teenagers noticed, but she was hyper-aware that he had begun to clench his fists, as if the memory was difficult to speak about. "My younger brother got stuck on an outcropping of boulders. The ropes wrapped around a broken tree branch. I rappelled down to get him, but crashed against the largest boulder on the way. That rock had a mean, sharp edge you couldn't see from above. Got my face banged up good. Turned out 2 other scouts were also stuck and in danger. It was a long process getting the ropes untangled while keeping the hooks and belays firmly fastened to the rock face. Every second I feared someone would fall to the canyon floor, but all I did was help them down to safety, like anyone else would have done. End of story." "My mother said you were hurt really bad, Mr. B," another girl said. "You were in the hospital a long time." Will spread his hands, dismissing the risk and diminishing his injuries. "Hey, I only did what John Wayne would have done. I left my blood on that boulder just to show who was boss. Still stained with my ugly blood to this day." He clapped his hands together and walked around the desks. "Wow, where did the time go? Anybody got a last question for Miss Adair here? We're out of time for reading the script. Supposed to head out to the television filming now outside of town." Linden turned to him. "What did you say?" "They've been filming at the Christensen Ranch, but today the director is doing a town scene and the entire class are extras. I was hoping you'd come with us." He hooked his hand under her folded arms and she shivered at his touch. "Please say yes." Linden put a finger to her chin in a thoughtful gesture, as if she had to make a difficult decision. Yes, I will go with you." "I like that word," he added with a grin. "My goal is to make you say it far more often." Chapter 16. Within minutes, the students were piling into cars to head down Main Street where the shoot was scheduled. "The director told me to meet the crew in the parking lot of the church," Will told Linden as she buckled herself into his car. A sense of excitement lit her up inside. What a great experience for these students. They'll see themselves on television and get a little better understanding of what goes into filming shows. 10 minutes later, Will made a left turn into the Snow Valley Community Church parking lot. Today's sign read, "Experts made the Titanic, amateurs made the Ark. Come to Sunday school at 9 a.m." The place was packed, People milling around the lawns and sidewalks, cars jammed into any extra space. Cameramen were setting up their dollies, groups of adults huddled in earnest conversations, probably the director and his assistants. After climbing out of the car, Felicia was at Linden's elbow 10 seconds later. "I loved your presentation," she told her. "Thank you for coming to our drama club." "I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for the warm welcome." "Yeah, Snow Valley is pretty cool like that. But gosh, I'd love to visit New York. Working on a Broadway show would be a dream come true." "So you're interested in the theater? As an actress or a singer?" "Both. I'm taking voice lessons and I'm in choir. Drama club is super fun with Mr. B. I won the audition for the part of Abigail Williams in The Crucible. She's the main girl who goes on trial as a witch, like they did at the Salem witch trials." Yes, that story is a fascinating study in human foibles and small-town reputations. I know it's an older movie, but have you seen the 1996 Crucible movie with Winona Ryder as Abigail? Even speaking the name of her sweet baby Abigail caused Linden to choke just a little, but she kept smiling so as not to give away her emotions to Felicia. "I've seen it 3 times. I have all my lines already memorized." "Good for you." "Will you come to see it when we perform?" When are the performances scheduled?" "In November." "I'm sorry, sweetie." Linden stopped, not wanting to disappoint this sweet girl. She bit her lips and glanced up, spotting Will, who was standing behind Felicia and gazing at her. "All I can promise is that I'll try." Felicia's face lit up like the sun. Impulsively, she reached out and hugged Linden. "I can't wait to tell my mom I met a person on Broadway." Linden laughed. "I'm not famous at all." Will moved closer, his voice lowering. "It doesn't matter. You gave her hope to live her dream." "Extras, over here!" someone shouted through a bullhorn, waving the townspeople to a cluster on the far lawns next to the church cemetery. Will took Linden's elbow, maneuvering her through the crowds of people. "Rob," he said to the man who looked to be in charge, "my students have arrived." "Great, thanks," the man said, shaking Will's hand. "We'll be filming in less than 30 minutes, I hope, before we lose the afternoon sun. Can I convince the high school principal to let school out early tomorrow?" he asked meaningfully with a grin. Will returned his smile. "I think that can be arranged. It's Friday and we're supposed to be wrapping this up by early next week. Budget is close to running over." "Rob, I'd like you to meet Linden Adair. She gave a presentation to the drama club today. Linden, this is Rob Edwards, the director of this mess." "Hey," Rob said. "Take it easy with the insults. Great to meet you, Linden," he added as they shook hands. "So why were you talking to the drama club?" "Oh, I know a little bit about it," Linden said vaguely. "She's being much too modest," Will put in. "Linden is a makeup artist for the Broadway show Phantom of the Opera." "A local production or the real Broadway show?" "The real thing, Mr. Edwards," Linden said. "I'm from New York and just passing through." "It's my lucky day, then. With all these extras the next several days, I could really use a makeup and hair person. You up for helping a small production company? We're filming the pilot. Jake Kelly is our star. Also got a group of students here from the junior high and the drama teacher standing over there, Piper Wesson." "That's why there's so many teenagers running around," Will said with amusement. Rob Edwards gave a shout and a couple of women lifted their heads, striding forward to meet Linden. "Meet my makeup crew. This is Linden Adair from the Phantom stage show. Use her." Director Edwards got on his bullhorn and began calling out instructions to the crew and cameramen for shot angles, consulting his script scrawled with notes in red ink. Linden turned to Will. "If I didn't know better, I would think you set this up on purpose." He smiled at her in an endearing manner. "Didn't I tell you God had a plan for your life?" "When did you get to be so in tune with God himself?" He didn't speak for a moment, then quietly said, "I found God on that mountain when I was 22 and thought I was going to die, along with Brett, my brother." His words pricked at Linden's heart. "Oh, Will, I didn't mean to be flippant. I'm so sorry. It must have been an absolutely terrifying experience." "Hey," he said softly, brushing a hand against her flyaway hair and cupping her face. "Go work your makeup magic. I'll meet you back at the car when the sun goes down." Before she could speak again, he was gone and Linden stared after him wistfully. It seemed impossibly fast, but she was already experiencing a deep bond with this man. A magnetic force crackled between them, although that was apparent the moment he kissed her yesterday in the car. It was like her entire body and soul had been yearning for someone like him, without Linden ever realizing it. Most likely, Avis would deliver a car in the next day or two, or Martin & Son Garage would have her car fixed, and she'd be gone. For goodness sake, she had a life in New York, an apartment, furniture, possessions, her mother, and her baby at the cemetery. How could she uproot herself over a man she barely knew? But a lump formed in her throat when she thought about leaving Snow Valley behind, never to return. It was insane to be feeling this way so quickly, but Linden was finally experiencing a modicum of peace and real healing deep down in her soul in this little town. That kind of peace wouldn't come just from leaving the craziness of the theater nightlife and sorrows of the past couple years. There was something about the people she was meeting here in this unexpectedly charming Hallmark town and the growing attention of a very handsome and gentle man. "We've got makeup bags over here," one of the production women announced, showing her the way across the lawn. "We've also got the use of the restrooms inside the church. Pastor John told us to make ourselves at home. They're not even charging us, like most businesses do." "That's amazing," Linden murmured. It was remarkable in the world of movies and TV. Everybody wanted to be paid, reimbursed, or compensated, far beyond normal fees or usage. Snow Valley was truly unreal, almost like a mini piece of heaven right here on Earth. Following the makeup artists across the grass, Felicia appeared at her side, slipping an arm through Linden's elbow. "Can I watch you at work?" she asked shyly, thick dark hair brushing against Linden's shoulder. With her olive complexion and big brown eyes, the girl was going to be a real beauty in a few years. If she could act, too, she might just have a chance at a career. The rest of the afternoon was spent doing quick makeup jobs on all the teenagers, Felicia at her side like a shadow. It was mostly face powder, a bit of color on the cheeks with some eyeliner to allow their features and eyes to show up a bit more on camera. Then she and the other 2 crew members did a quick variety of hairdos on the girls, so they didn't all look alike in similar long hair. A few braids, ponytails, updos, hairspray, bangs. It would make the town scenes look more festive and perky. When they were finished, Linden went outside to watch, taking a bag of makeup just in case the director wanted something different for any of the actors. The place was a mad scene. A few cars had been placed strategically along the city streets, including parked under pine and elm trees. Kids sat on the lawns, milled about in groups, or walked purposely down the sidewalks as if heading home after school. The 2 main characters were having an intense conversation in the church parking lot, filmed to look as if it could be any parking lot such as Walmart or a hotel. 30 minutes later, Director Edwards had his camera crew film the stars in front of the church cemetery, then another spot across the street. The late afternoon sun continued to drop lower until it finally sank behind one of the mountains on the horizon. "Cut!" the director finally yelled. "Meet tomorrow at 1, after school. Your principal is releasing you early." The kids all cheered and dispersed back to their cars. Will strode toward Linden, cutting across the street, the hills behind him in the shadowy light. Street lights snapped on, lighting up the dusky autumn evening. "How are you doing?" he asked. "Good," Linden said, rubbing her arms as the temperature dropped along with the sunshine. "It was fun. The students had a blast." "Ready for tomorrow?" "Sure, if my escape car doesn't show up." "How can you let Rob down, or the kids, or Felicia, your new sidekick?" Linden gazed up into his face. "How about you, Mr. B? Will I disappoint you if I disappear in the middle of the night?" "I will be especially disappointed. Remember, for the next few days, you have to say yes to everything." "You are a silly man," she told him with a smile. "Okay, yes." His answering smile started butterflies fluttering in her stomach. She was growing more and more accustomed to his handsome face, his intelligent conversations, his humor, and his kindness to everyone he interacted with. If she wasn't careful, she might find herself singing the love songs from Phantom. That, and she might have a greater desire to say yes more often, if the results were always the same. Glancing up at Will, her heart gave a tug of joy, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch his hand, hoping he'd want to hold hers too. "I'm famished. Let's go grab some dinner. I know a good Mexican place." Will's grin couldn't be contained as he looked down at her hand in his, carefully holding on tight to her offered touch. Chapter 17. Later, after dinner, when Will dropped her off at the Starry Skies B&B, Linden was completely beat. Her eyes were drooping, and she was yawning with wild abandon. Maybe it was the mountain air or the higher elevation, or maybe it was just a really long day filled with constant activity and too many kisses with Will that sent her blood pressure skyrocketing. In the kitchen, Raina was pounding the bread dough for morning breakfast rolls. They chatted for a few minutes about the day, Raina's eyes widening at Linden's description of taking part at the drama club and then the television production company. "Serendipity," Raina said with an impish grin. "Hey, if you don't mind being quiet on your way upstairs, I just got Wade Jr. down after an hour-long struggle. I read so many bedtime picture books my throat hurts." "No problem. I'm going straight to bed. After 10 years of working nights, I'm still not used to a daytime schedule. It's like I have perpetual jet lag. Plus, I'll be on set for the next few days." "That's exciting. Can I come watch?" "Sure. I think we're out at a ranch tomorrow, a place owned by Lance Christensen." "Oh, yes, great guy. He has a beautiful spread outside of town." Snow Valley reminds me of that TV show from years and years ago, Cheers, where everybody knows your name. This town is exactly like that. It's nice. It's comforting. "Or a Hallmark movie," Linden said slyly. "You know, all the sappy romance." Raina winked at her knowingly. "I think you have romance on the brain." Linden gave a quick shrug of her shoulders, neither confirming nor denying the accusation of the blossoming relationship with Will Baldwin. "I'm beginning to understand why people like small towns. Felicia, one of the drama club students, gave me the rundown on all the holiday activities that happen around here. Every holiday, not just Christmas, but Halloween, Easter, Independence Day, New Year's. You guys go all out. We know how to make our fun. And the airport is only 90 minutes away. You can get to New York or Seattle anytime you want to see a big city." "Are you trying to persuade me to move here?" Linden asked with a laugh. "Is it working?" "I'll plead the fifth on that one. At least until tomorrow, when I'm not about to curl up under the dining room table and fall asleep." If you can't make it all the way upstairs, the parlor lounger is available. I've slept there many times rocking Wade Jr. I can attest to how comfortable it is. I'm a big lover of my personal pillow, so I think I can drag myself upstairs to my room, Linden said with a laugh. Good night, Raina. And thank you. Linden slept like a rock. There was no tossing or turning, no struggle to fall asleep. Once she laid her head down on the soft, downy pillow, the exhaustion from the day claimed her. In the morning, she cracked open the window and fresh autumn air swept inside. She actually heard birds chattering in the cottonwood trees on the side of the house, something she never heard at her apartment. The busy street she lived on had trucks zooming and cars honking 24/7. The next 2 days were packed with the television filming of the show called Whisper Falls, lunches with Will, long talks with Felicia Romero about dreams and life and goals and Manhattan. The young woman wanted to hear all about the actors in Phantom. Stories about the backstage life in theater, all the little details she could think of to ask Linden. Initially, Linden had called Jane and her mother to explain her car woes and the delay to Seattle. But then it was a few text messages here and there, petering out by the end of the week. On the final day of filming, director Rob Edwards treated the cast and crew to a dinner catered by Big C's in the church hall. It was a raucous crowd, so much chattering and laughter that the hall was noisy, as if the cast, crew, and town had become best friends. Rob announced that they'd be back for more filming in a couple of months. He wanted to add a few winter scenes, and the script was currently being revised. Rob even pulled Linden aside to see if she would consider hiring on as the head makeup artist for Whisper Falls. The other women he'd hired were headed back to Los Angeles for a different show they were contracted for. I could really use you, he told Linden. You know how to do so many techniques that a small television studio never has access to. I'm going to need some special effects and a couple of bloody injuries with a horse coming up in the next few episodes. I'm not sure I'll be here, she said uncertainly. Across the table, Will's face was a mask she couldn't read or decipher, but she knew he wanted her to stay. We owe it to ourselves to find out if the attraction we feel between us is real, he had said earlier that day. She knew he was right, but fear kept her from committing even to a few months in Snow Valley. It means giving up Phantom, Linden said now to Mr. Edwards. You know that's already gone, Will reminded her quietly. Several days ago, you were filling out applications for other shows. Linden knew that was true. She could never work for Mark again. Their marriage was long over, and so was any work relationship. The director's face lit up with hope, and Linden knew deep down that Will was right. Her life in New York had crumbled, and she had been putting off the inevitable. The question now was if she could take the leap of faith in making the change that Will and her heart were asking for. Rob Edwards leaned in closer and named a salary if she'd consider working for him. It was almost double what she got paid in the Broadway theater world. Linden tried not to gasp out loud, instead playing it cool, taking a deep, slow breath. She had heard through the theater grapevine that working in Hollywood as a makeup artist paid better than the Broadway shows. Now it appeared to be true. Linden caught Will's eyes and immediately knew exactly what he was thinking. The job offer was all part of her grand life plan. How strange it was to be finding peace and healing from the turmoil and heartache of the past several years in a small Montana town. She'd been searching for so long and not finding the answers she'd wanted, yet here in Snow Valley, all of that was changing. Already, she and this handsome, talented, and enigmatic man were connected in so many ways. Did she want to continue to find more ways they were connected? Or was it time for her to move on and figure out her life somewhere else? The idea of leaving her mother and Phantom of the Opera wasn't as unbearable as it seemed to be nearly 2 weeks ago. Especially her dreary, claustrophobic apartment where she barely made ends meet. The thought of not seeing Will ever again cut right to her heart. Her time for sitting on the sidelines, allowing life to happen to her, was coming to an end. Linden had to make a decision. But either choice also had the power to break her a little bit more. Which one had the greatest power to help her heal and move forward? "Let me go to Seattle and finish my trip," she told Mr. Edwards now. "While I'm gone, I'll seriously think about it, and I'll have a firm answer for you when I return." He nodded. "That's all I can hope for, but don't hesitate to call my assistant with any questions. I have a lot of upcoming projects that could use your expertise. It's easy to go back and forth to LA or meet me on location. The next few years, I'm filming several projects in the western states." "In so many ways, that sounds almost too good to be true," Linden whispered. Mr. Edwards handed over his business card, and Linden brushed a finger along the edge of it before tucking it into her pocket. There were other worlds besides Broadway. Worlds she'd ignored. Worlds that were being offered to her on a silver platter. After the director left their table, Will moved closer to Linden and silently squeezed her hand. "Don't say anything," she ordered. "I'm not going to," he promised. Linden gave a small laugh, shaking her head. "You do realize that we're already communicating without words?" "I know." Then he gave her a gorgeous smile. "The last few days have been so packed and distracting, I keep forgetting to follow up with the car rental company. My replacement car should be here by now. Of course, maybe the weekend slowed things down." "I have a surprise for you. Grab your sweater and scarf," Will said, sharing another one of his glorious smiles with her as he laced his fingers in hers. Linden had given in to temptation and went shopping at the Rodeo Drive boutique, purchasing a thick ivory cardigan with a beautiful knit pattern. It was perfect for these fall days, and she stuck her arms into the sleeves when they rose from the table and headed to the parking lot, passing by Pastor John's office on the way out. "Are we missing dessert?" Linden teased. "I don't need dessert when I have you on my arm. If you'll promise me one of your secret kisses before the night is over." She gave him a sultry look. "You just may get your wish." "Now here's my secret." Will stopped at a dark blue Nissan Altima, sitting in the first parking spot along the curb of the church property. Linden gaped at the vehicle. "Is that—" "Yep," Will said. "Your car is fixed. I picked it up from Brett at Martin & Son earlier today." They do fast work. And look at that pristine body, as if it was never bashed in at all. But what about the replacement vehicle Avis promised? "It was on its way when Brett called and said the car was ready. I called Avis back, letting them know there was no need for a replacement after all. They paid the bill, I picked it up, and here we are ready for our road trip." "What do you mean, our road trip?" she asked, narrowing her eyes at his choice of words. "We're going to Seattle." "We?
Yes."
Together?"
"Yes."
Shaking her head, Linden looked at Will. "I thought I was the one who was supposed to be saying yes to every adventure that came along. What about school? Your job?"
"Half of next week is fall break. I only need to take an extra couple of days to get the entire week off."
But this is crazy. You're crazy. You may not even want to go to Seattle. Maybe you had other plans and I've intruded on your life."
"Linden,"
Will said softly. She gazed up into his face. "What?"
"Say yes."
He took her in his arms and kissed her softly.
"Just say yes,"
he murmured again. That fizzy butterfly sensation rushed all through her, making her tingle and her lips break into a smile. But an overwhelming feeling of belonging also filled her when she responded, "Yes, Will. Let's take a road trip." Chapter 18. During the 16-hour road trip from Snow Valley to Seattle, Linden and Will talked nonstop about their growing up, friends, families, Linden's hippie mother, Will's ranch family, and their goals of building a home and family. They had the same taste in food and books and movies, including big epic dramas. For the first time, Linden knew what it was like to have someone she could be herself with. No walking on eggshells, no worries about being accepted for who she was or if she dripped mustard on her shirt. Sharing Dairy Queen blizzards, sharing jokes about the theater or drama club, or the fresh tears when Will asked more about Abigail and the aftermath of her death and burial spot. How could she have ever thought she was in love with Mark? Mark, who was controlling, demanding, and selfish. His persona as director had always spilled over into their personal lives. His persona as husband was Director Denley. With Will, Linden was finally able to tell someone her deepest, hidden fears that Mark had probably cheated on her the entire time they had dated and were married. There had always been the backstage gossip and innuendo, but she had never wanted to believe it. I was shallow. I enjoyed being on the arm of the famous Director Denley, dressing up for grand openings, being seen at the best parties and events, all paid for on his expense account. I was never honest with him or myself. Actually, I don't know how you stuck it out for 6 years, Will said one night, his muscular arms wrapped around Linden as she leaned back against him while they stood on top of the Space Needle gazing in wonder at the beautiful city skyline. In the distance, Mount Rainier stood majestic and snow-topped while the autumn wind whipped against their cheeks. For 4 days they explored the city, eating at new restaurants, taking a boat trip on the Puget Sound, playing with Jane's adorable children, and having deep philosophical talks with Jane and her husband after the kids were in bed. Rain poured down the window panes while they sat snuggled in front of a roaring fire. Will stayed in a hotel, meeting Linden each morning at Jane's house where she stayed in the baby's room, baskets of toys and laundry under the bed. I don't think I've seen you this relaxed since we went skinny dipping at midnight in my parents' pool the summer after we graduated high school. Jane mused the final morning of Linden's stay while they ate their last breakfast together. Will hadn't arrived quite yet since he was checking out of the Ramada a few miles away. It was early, the sun barely starting to rise, and Jane's babies were still fast asleep in their toddler beds. The two women sat in the quiet kitchen, drinking hot chocolate and finishing off a pan of cinnamon rolls baked the previous day. I probably wouldn't have jumped in the pool naked if your parents hadn't gone to a party that night. I was pretty sure we were alone and wouldn't get caught. Jane giggled at the memory and then cocked her chin to give Linden a penetrating gaze. Are you sure you and Will have known each other for only 2 weeks? A sheepish expression crossed Linden's face. Is it that obvious? Do you think I'm crazy to take a trip with a man I barely met, even if we did spend our first week practically inseparable? You're not crazy at all, Jane told her. If I didn't know better, I'd think you guys had known each other for months at least. You're so good together, so comfortable, already finishing each other's sentences. It's uncanny. Linden shook her head in disbelief. It's otherworldly. He's so different from Mark. You can say that again. Jane lifted an eyebrow and then rolled her eyes. I never thought Mark was the man for you. You're too thoughtful, too artistic, too kind, Director Denley is just the opposite. He thrives on power and control, and I'm pretty sure he was born without any empathy genes.
That's a good way to describe him.
But Will Baldwin is exactly the opposite of that. He's allowed the hard stuff he's endured in life to shape him into a better man.
Linden nodded. That's it exactly. And he's more than I ever dreamed a man could be, in so many ways.
A soft knock came at the front door, and Linden rose from the table. While Jane's husband opened the door to let Will in, Linden embraced her friend in a tight squeeze.
Thank you for having me. It's been wonderful to see you. Your friendship means the world to me. I don't know how I would have survived the last couple of years without you on the other end of the phone. Your babies are adorable. Thank you for sharing them with me. Even though I think about Abby every single day, being able to hold Bailey and Bethany helps me heal a little more each day. Your husband, Greg, is great too. I appreciate him welcoming us into your family. I wish I could stay longer.
Jane held her out with both arms to gaze into her eyes. But you're glad to be leaving, I can tell. You want time alone with Will.
You're right, Linden agreed, glancing through the kitchen door to where the men were speaking in quiet tones. I think about him constantly when we're apart, and I feel as giddy as a teenager when I'm with him.
A slow smile lifted Jane's lips. I think he's the one, Lindy.
Anticipation washed over Linden. I think so too, but it sounds so surreal to say that out loud.
My great aunt and uncle met on a blind date and got engaged within 3 days, so I think anything is possible.
Wow, 3 days is crazy fast.
It was during the war years when couples often did that. Some couples just knew right away. Maybe they're the lucky ones. Jane gazed at her thoughtfully. I think Will would marry you tomorrow if you said the word.
Happiness surged through her at Jane's words, and a hidden smile played on her lips when she thought about Will's request that she say that one word so many times over the last several days. The word yes. Yes to each activity he had planned for their trip. Yes, over and over again.
But was she ready to say yes to him?
To pledge her heart and her life to this man she was in love with? Jane leaned in closer.
I think it was destiny that you left New York. Destiny that you broke down in Snow Valley. Destiny that Will Baldwin was the one who came to the rescue,
even if he did it grudgingly at first.
You have to cut him some slack. He was on another service project being his own amazing self that night. And that smile he directs your way every time he sees you, honey, he's smitten and wild about you.
Suddenly, Will was filling the kitchen doorway, light from the hallway spilling across his handsome features and those penetrating blue eyes. Ready to go home? He asked Linden with a soft smile. Home. Where was home? Linden didn't trust herself to speak, so she just nodded and hugged Jane goodbye. But the first thing she had thought of when he mentioned home was Snow Valley, Montana, not New York. The thought made her giddy with possibility, but also deeply emotional. There was the usual flurry at the front door as Will carried Linden's suitcase to the car and stowed it in the trunk next to his. The sun cracked the edge of the horizon, and they were off, waving goodbye out the windows while they drove slowly down the suburban street. The long drive back to Montana was just as good as the drive to Washington. Being with Will was just so good. They talked, listened to music, took turns driving and napping, stopped for gas, burgers, and ice cream, and sometimes they just stopped to enjoy the scenery or a sweet kiss. When sunset came, Linden became more and more eager to see Snow Valley again. "I do feel like I'm coming home," she confessed, gripping Will's hand in hers as he drove through the final hills into town. "Does that sound strange? I was only in Snow Valley for less than a week, and yet it feels like home." He shook his head.
"Sounds pretty good to me. I'm even eager to see that high school full of teenagers again."
"That production that was here isn't from Hallmark Studios, but Snow Valley is a Hallmark movie. It's perfect and surreal, wrapping you up in its charm and leaving you feeling content and loved." The sign for Snow Valley appeared on the road. 20 miles to go.
"Coming home also feels like a new beginning," Will said, squeezing her fingers with his warm ones.
"When I left New York, I had no idea my life would turn upside down and inside out. I feel hope again for the first time since I lost Abby. Maybe Snow Valley is my secret magical town. It truly is Brigadoon in disguise."
"I like that idea,"
Will agreed, pulling her close for a moment to kiss her hair. "I want to make the magic last forever. Do you think it's possible that it can last forever? Not just for a single day?"
"I think we can make anything happen,"
he said, slowing his speed when they came into Main Street. By now, it was late after a long day of driving. Shops and cafes were closed. Pools of yellow from the streetlights puddled along the pavement in the midnight darkness. "Look at the church sign," Linden said, leaning forward to point out the windshield. "It changes every week, doesn't it?" It currently read, "A long time ago, in a Galilee far, far away." A laugh burst out of her and she leaned her head on Will's shoulder. "Okay, that's very clever. I love it." 1,000 emotions ran through her. Snow Valley was a special place, so enchanting, so unexpected. But New York still tugged at her heart, but only for one real reason. Linden tried not to break down in tears. "I'm sorry, Will. I'm not sure I can leave Abby in New York without me." He covered her cold hands with his big warm one.
"I've been thinking about that for days, actually. What if we bring her here, to you, to Snow Valley? People do it all the time. Relocate a family member so that they can be laid to rest near loved ones. Then you can visit her every day if you want to. We have a pretty little churchyard with flowers and wreaths and angels. She could be another little angel here, by our home in Snow Valley, near to us."
Linden's heart raced at the idea, and a tear trickled down her cheek. "You would help me do that, Will? Figure out all the logistics?"
"Do you think your ex-husband will mind?"
Her baby's loss swelled at Linden's throat. "Sadly, I don't think he'd even notice. I'm not sure he ever visits the graveyard. He's never once mentioned it."
"Honestly, I feel sorry for the man," Will said gruffly. "Imagine being so caught up in your career and success that you throw away your own family."
Linden let out a breath, trying to process her emotions. Then she looked at Will. "I can't believe you even thought of this, of bringing her here so I could be close to her. That would be perfect. I'd have everything I want right here in Snow Valley. I wouldn't have to say goodbye to either one of you."
"We'll figure it out, my girl. Together we can figure everything out."
Easing the car over a few bumps in the dirt road, Will pulled up to the Starry Skies bed and breakfast and shut off the engine. He turned in his seat to face her, brushing a hand through the strands of her hair and then running his fingers along the soft skin of her face.
"Linden Adair," he said in a low voice, "I'd do anything for you. Don't you know I'm in love with you? Completely and forever?"
The tears she'd been fighting finally spilled from Linden's eyes. "I love you too. Maybe there's something to this destiny plan of life after all. You keep reminding me of it, and Jane actually said that it seemed like fate had brought us together." "She did. I'm glad to know I have her blessing. But right now," Will said in a husky voice, "all I can think of is how badly I want to kiss you." "Maybe you should act on that impulse," she told him with a sly smile. "You don't have to ask me twice." Will gathered her up in his arms, gazing into her eyes. "Think we're back home in time to get ready for the masquerade ball at the high school?" "The students will kill us if we're not. I made promises that I'd be back to dress them all up in awesome makeup and masks." "You're killing me right now, woman." In the darkness of the car, Will dipped his head toward her. Their lips were a mere fraction of an inch apart while they held their breath and stared at each other. Just like the very first time Will had kissed her out of the blue that very first morning. Lyndon's heart pounded against her ribs. Was this really happening? That so many dreams could come true in this small town? With the same man that had made her crazy that very first night on the dark highway? Will's lips brushed against hers, desire and anticipation building along with the sweet knowledge of each other's love shining in their eyes. Time stood still as Linden slid her arms up and around his neck, holding her body against his with a sensation that made her head explode. "You're just teasing me now," Will whispered, and then his mouth pressed down fully on hers, kissing her hungrily, passionately. Linden kissed him back, more deeply than they ever had kissed before. After several long moments, she finally whispered against Will's lips, "I think my soul is going to burst right out of my chest, or float straight up to heaven. Maybe this is what they call swooning. I might just faint." "Go right ahead and faint, my girl," he said. "I can catch you." "You already have," she admitted. "There really was magic the first time you kissed me. I never believed that all the scars I've carried around for years could truly be healed. I ached for a real love. I thought I'd lost that in all my mistakes. When Abby died and Mark left me, I believed the magic of life was gone forever." "If I ever meet that jerk in a dark alley," Will said, his voice half serious, half teasing, "don't forget about my experience with that gang leader right here in Snow Valley. I know how to take care of business." Linden stifled a laugh, shaking her head at the outlandish stories he'd told the high school students. Will Baldwin was a great principal and a great man. "Every night I'd go to work and create these scars to hide under a mask for the Phantom," she said softly. "But those scars were real for that character. They showed how broken the Phantom was inside because he was forced to hide from the world, a world that despised and feared him. But he also loved music and a beautiful, innocent girl. I think I can finally see more clearly how much my own inner scars were slowly consuming me." With tender fingers, Will wiped away the tears trailing down her cheeks. "There's no need to cry any longer. God directed you on this crazy path, and your scars are a beautiful part of what makes you wonderful and perfect. My accident and the loss of the girl I always thought I'd marry is outside for everyone to see. But I'm not a hero as some claim me to be. I just keep working my way through life, searching for peace and finding God's love through a woman I never thought I'd meet." Peace washed over Linden at this amazing man who was helping her feel whole again. She had finally come home. She had found peace. She had found love. The magic of Brigadoon was just waiting for her in a town called Snow Valley. You will know the secret to my heart. Your love is healing the pain I've been carrying. You've given me hope for the first time in so many years. And to think our new life, our new love, all started with a scar and a kiss. Does this mean you're going to keep saying yes in the future? Will said, wrapping Linden up in his arms, their lips brushing as she clung to him. Linden's heart overflowed with the power of this moment, this miracle. For the first time in her life, she could hug all the magic to her heart and make it last forever. Yes, Mr. Baldwin, she whispered, kissing him over and over again. 1,000 times yes. Epilogue. A year later. Hold still, Linden murmured as she applied the final gold filigree along the edges of the purple mask on Sarah, a junior in the drama club. Are you excited about the Halloween ball? Sarah could hardly sit still. Oh, yes, Mrs. Baldwin, and I love this mask you made for me. You're awesome. All I did was add some fun glitter and jewels to it, Linden said, watching the teenager lean forward to stare at herself in the lighted mirror. Let me finish up the rouge and lipstick, and then your look will be quite dramatic. Sarah held her mouth still while Linden outlined her lips, and then added a deep red color that went perfectly with the rich purple hue of the mask that swept up and over her eyebrows and along the ridge of her nose. This lipstick is a stain that will last all night, even if you eat refreshments or drink punch. That's perfect, Sarah said, practically jumping up and down in the dressing table chair as she caught a glimpse of her new look in the mirror. Linden smiled at her excitement. You're going to snag the attention of every single young man tonight, I predict. You're too nice, Mrs. Baldwin, Sarah said with a giggle. They were sitting backstage in the drama room with a couple dozen other students dressing for the Halloween masquerade ball and copying Linden's makeup application techniques in other mirrors at tables scattered about the room. The Halloween dance was now in its second year at Snow Valley High School. Last year's ball was talked about so much the parents and entire town demanded to attend this time around. Excitement was definitely in the air at every shop and store and home. As newly appointed director of the drama club, Linden had been teaching makeup tips and tricks this semester in between reading the script for this year's spring play, Romeo and Juliet. She'd spent much of the previous winter and spring working off and on for director Rob Edwards on his various filming locations, while planning hers and Will's wedding. But now she was taking a break from the travel for a while. When Linden suggested Romeo and Juliet as this year's play, the boys had groaned about performing a love story, but quickly changed their tune when they learned they would get to carry swords at their waists for the sword fights on stage. It's almost 8 o'clock, someone cried across the room, and the students began to hurry to finish up. Nobody wanted to miss the DJ and music, or the decorated gymnasium that looked exactly like the theater in The Phantom of the Opera. The excitement was palpable, and a second later, another girl was knocking on the dressing room door. Hurry up in there! I still have to get into my costume! Anybody still need help with their masks, or did I get everyone? Linden called out. Just then, the main door opened and Linden twisted in her chair to see her husband of 6 months stride inside. Her stomach flipped straight over and then sailed up into her throat. She laid a hand against her lower belly. Ah! She cried out softly, realizing what had just happened. Will yelled, Is the coast clear? Come on in, Mr. Baldwin, a couple of the guys said. We're decent, I just need my eyebrows. Now that's something I never thought I'd hear you say, Scott, Will teased. The boy who was going to the ball as the Phantom with a white half mask blushed while the other guys ribbed him. You know what I mean. Cool autumn air wafted through the open door before Will shut it, including the sound of the music starting up in the gym across the campus. Kids began hurrying through the doors, the sound of their costumes rustling. "You guys look fantastic," Linden told each of them, catching the eye of Will as she rose from the makeup table. The young men were dashing in their suits and masks, hair slicked back. The girls wore floor-length gowns and piled their hair on top of their heads. Jeweled masks and dangling earrings completed the dazzling picture of these kids Linden had grown to love so quickly. The best thing she'd done this past spring, besides marrying Will Baldwin when school got out at the end of May, was signing the contract to be the high school drama teacher. An official class, and not just an extra after-school club. The peculiar sensation in her stomach fluttered again, and a laugh bubbled from Linden's throat. Will slipped his arms around her from behind, nuzzling her neck. "Do you think a certain Mrs. Baldwin can sneak off into the dressing room for a kiss?" he murmured. "I think that can be arranged," she whispered, standing on tiptoe to kiss her wickedly handsome husband. His arms wrapped around her waist while the room quickly emptied of students. Linden slipped her hands around his neck to bring his face closer. "I want you to kiss me all night," she told him, "but somewhere private and comfortable, preferably with candles flickering." "I think that can be arranged," he said, repeating her words. They smiled at each other, happiness engulfing them. "Was it only a year ago that we met?" "Almost 13 months. He paused and stared down at her, tracing a hand along the porcelain skin of her cheek. "Just now, when I entered the drama room, there was a certain look on your face. What was it?" Emotion pricked at Linden's eyes, and a lump came into her throat. "I felt our baby move for the first time, almost as if she, or he, knew their daddy had walked through the door." "The kid's got great timing," Will said, a pleased look on his face. Linden laughed. "Our honeymoon baby." He grinned. "Pretty close. Only 2 months later if you're 16 weeks along." Linden gave him a light punch on the arm. "Aren't we still honeymooning, Mr. Baldwin?" He tightened his arms around her and whispered, "Let's honeymoon for the rest of our lives." The sound of ringing came from Linden's cell phone, and she forced herself out of the haze of Will's kisses to fumble the phone from the pocket of her skirt. "Wow, it's my mother." As soon as she answered, her mother's voice was loud and clear. "Are we still on for Christmas, darling?" Yeah, Mom, but that's almost 2 months away. It's Halloween tonight." Anton Adair dismissed her daughter's comment. "Never too early to make flight reservations. But the real reason I'm calling is about your old student there in Snow Valley." "You mean Felicia Romero?" "Of course. Felicia is doing excellent work in our tutor sessions. She's a wonderful young woman and naturally talented. Just thought you'd like to hear that." "Does she still want to become a makeup artist in the theater world?" "I attended a skit night at her theater class at Columbia last night, and she was excellent, with great potential. I predict that girl is going places." "I'll bet she's thrilled," Linden said, very happy to hear the good news for the girl she'd become close to over the past year. "I hope she's coming home for Christmas so Will and I can hear all about her adventures." "Maybe she and I will get tickets for the same flight so we can keep each other company," her mother said. "Montana is such a huge distance, you know. Well, ta-ta for now, my dear. Oh, before I forget, I had a reading with my psychic, Carrie Mae Miller, and she predicts twins in your future. A boy and a girl. When I get there for the holidays, we should discuss names, you know." Linden stifled a gasp. "Wash your mouth out with soap, Mother. There's no way I can handle twins." she exclaimed, making a funny face at Will, who was watching her closely. "You're handling that little town quite well, my dear. I guess I finally have to admit that there's actual life west of New York." Linden quirked her mouth, trying not to laugh. "Can't wait to see you too, Mum." As soon as she clicked the off button, Will was kissing her fully, and she laughed against his mouth, her entire body swooning at the powerful love she felt for this man. "We should get a room." "Let's go," he murmured. "But first, I want to dance with my wife at the ball. And then I have a surprise I've been dying to show you all afternoon." "Ooh, I love surprises." Slipping her arm through Will's elbow, he escorted her into the beautifully decorated school gym, where the theme song of Phantom was playing against a backdrop of the large entry hall of the theater from the stage show and movie. "The kids did a fantastic job," Will said, impressed by the magic and charm of the high school gymnasium. They strolled through the crowd, trying to identify everyone behind their masks. Calls of, "Hey, Mr. Baldwin, guess who?" and "Thank you, Mrs. Baldwin," peppered the air. "I'm astounded at how stunning this place looks," Linden breathed. "We've been transported to a different place and a different time. 1880s Paris. The Palais Garnier Opera House. It must be the magic of Snow Valley." "I'll second that. And now for a dance, my love." Will wrapped his fingers around hers, pulling her close while they waltzed across the dance floor to the music of All I Ask of You. Whispering in her ear, he sang the lines, "Anywhere you go, let me go too. Love me, that's all I ask of you." "You know I love you, Will," Linden said, tracing a finger along the scar of his face. He kissed her hand at the end of the dance, bowing to her like a 19th century gentleman before leading her outside to the car. "Now for my surprise." "My stomach is jumping with curiosity," she told him. He drove down the high school road until Main Street and then turned toward the church. Clasping his hand in her lap, Linden turned to stare at him. "What mystery is this?" The air was crisp when Will parked the car and helped Linden out. Walking hand in hand, they crossed the lawns until they reached the expanse of the grassy cemetery. Pushing at the wrought iron gate, Will led her through until they reached the site they had chosen to rebury Abigail over the summer. But now, instead of the old headstone from Brooklyn, a new one had taken its place. The darling figure of a little girl with white angel wings stood on a raised platform of granite next to the baby's resting place. "Oh, Will," Linden cried, breaking into tears. "When did you do this?" "I ordered the angel months ago, and it finally arrived and was placed this afternoon. Perfect timing for tonight, I think." Linden knelt in front of the angel and the new lettering of the headstone, a rush of tears filling her eyes. "It's so beautiful, just like she was. She had auburn ringlets and the rosiest cheeks you ever saw. Oh, Will, I can feel Abby's spirit here with us. I'm so grateful to have her close by again. You are a dream for doing this. I can't thank you enough." Holding Linden close to him, Will kissed her hair. "It feels as though we're a complete family now." "As well as a growing family," she laughed, patting her stomach with affection. "A baby. So many new beginnings. Perfect beginnings. A life of family and babies, including movie and theater adventures with the man she loved with all of her heart." Staring out across the cottonwood trees fluttering with gold and yellow autumn leaves, Linden wrapped her arms around Will's waist, laying her head against his chest and holding him tight. A moment later, her cell phone buzzed. "Wanna bet it's my mother again?" Linden laughed. You'd better answer it. I don't want to make my mother-in-law unhappy.
When Linden glanced at the screen, she didn't recognize the phone number at all, except that the area code was Manhattan. "Hello?" she answered cautiously, her heart in her throat. "Ms. Linden Adair?" the woman's voice asked. "Yes, this is she." Linden didn't bother to correct her old last name to her new one of Baldwin, not until she knew who this person was. "My name is Liz Brooks. I'm one of the managers with the Broadway show Wicked, and we've been discussing your application from last year." "Oh my, really?" Linden said, completely surprised. "I assumed it had been lost or tossed out after all this time." "We didn't have any openings until now, but we're very pleased to offer you a position as our head makeup artist. We think your particular skills working on Phantom are perfect for us. Wicked has so many characters who need specialized makeup. Your references are impeccable, and we're quite excited to have you join us. Are you available to meet with us next week to discuss the details and salary?" Linden stood on the cemetery lawn, gaping at her phone. She glanced up at her husband. Will had overheard every word. He whispered,
"You're in high demand, Lindy girl."
"Miss Brooks, Liz, I'm so flattered by your interest. I'd love to join Wicked, but I'm afraid my life has changed quite dramatically over the past year. I no longer live in New York, but Montana." "You wouldn't consider relocating?" The woman's voice was hopeful. "We can offer a very competitive salary." Not at the moment. Probably not for a very long time." Linden gazed into Will's deep blue eyes, desperate to kiss those perfect lips of his all over again. "I'm good right here for the rest of my life." "If you ever change your mind or might consider doing a short season of a few months sometime in the future, please keep us in mind. Please keep my number." "Thank you so much. That's very kind of you," Linden told her before finally saying goodbye and hanging up. Covering her mouth with her hand, she got the giggles. "I'm in complete shock," she told Will.
"I'm not surprised at all. You've got New York and Los Angeles begging for you. That's how talented you are, my love."
"Right now, I've got other things on my mind," Linden said softly, caressing his face and standing on tiptoe to kiss him. "I meant what I said. I'm good. In fact, I'm excellent. Right here for the rest of my life." Lowering her voice, she quoted the words from the Phantom's love song. "William Baldwin, you are my shelter, my light, my love, my forever." This has been The Secret of a Kiss, a Snow Valley small-town romance. Written by Kimberly Montpetit. Narrated by Cassie Rowland. Copyright 2024 by Kimberly Montpetit. Production copyright by Kimberly Montpetit.